Now that's timing. My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Welcome to Sim Sunday. Don't take somebody else's time slot. Nobody will know that you're streaming. Oh no, there's a couple people in chat. Frank Nicholas, Rick Zapata, Mr. Huggy, Quadzimoto, Big Daddy Halfboard, CKFPV, Chomper, and looks like that's everybody. We're gonna do chase stuff today, Halfboard. We've done combat mode for a few weeks in a row. Welcome, lovely people, and Kathy McKibben. What's up, Kathy? How are you? Yeah, we're gonna do some stuff today. We'll screw around in, I almost said the F word. Look at me, I caught myself. We'll screw around in Velocidrone for a little bit. I'm in Joshua Bardwell's time slot here at 1 o'clock Eastern. My normal time slot is 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. We've got tons of time. I very well might, I ate a minute ago, so I very well might do 4 hours here. So we can do maybe like an hour of Velocidrone. Usually after about an hour of Velocidrone, I'm pretty burned. So maybe we'll do like an hour of Velocidrone, and then there's a chance we can finish up the Prototype 5 here today. I definitely want to swap the camera out over here on this glide, and I can also show you guys the little, look at the rear of the TPU. See how I have it lifted up there? That's a way to create less up tilt. And when I pull this thing apart, I can show you guys that. I showed it a couple streams ago, but you know, this way you don't have to go digging for it. And I'm gonna put the session mount back on this, and I'm gonna put a Foxeer Toothless 2 Nano standard version in this guy to continue the camera testing. Just one? Yeah, I think so. Cool. T-Bird is in the chat. Hot Point Hoodlum Tonomoto. What's that? It seems like there's a story behind that name, Tonomoto. Tonomoto. Tell us the story behind your name, sir. Or madam. And FinnFPV. What's up, Finn? Mork is here. Wow, everybody's piling in. So yeah, we'll get the Toothless 2 into this rig. We will get the session mount onto this rig. This is already on T-Motor F40 Pro 2s, so I will officially have 3 almost completely identical. The 2 of them have the 30x30 Acon ESC, one of them has the 20x20 Acon ESC. I can't possibly imagine that between the 2020 and the 3030 Acon ESCs there's any appreciable difference. So for all intents, not intensive, it's not intensive purposes, that doesn't make any sense. For all intents and purposes, I've got 3 completely identical glides with 3 different cameras, so I can back to back them and see which camera I like the best, and then just make a decision. I just need to. I've been bouncing back and forth between nano cameras for the last 6 months. I just need to pick one and put all 4 rigs onto it and just be done. Shared what? Shared event change. Oh, this is the yoga on the green event? Hold on. Where's the calendar? Here's the calendar. Gary Higgins, half board. Tonomoto says nothing crazy. Part of it is my nickname. The other part is when I started with quads a long time ago. All right, well, I gave it a shot. XJet is here. What's up, XJet? Hey, let me make you a moderator so that you come up in blue and are a little bit easier for me to see. There you go. How are you, XJet? Where you're in Australia, right, XJet? Are you standing upside down right now? Is that the deal? Come on. Everybody say hi to XJet. XJet, a legend in the FPV community. Right. So, what do you guys want to do first? Do you guys want to do Velocidrone first, or you want to do some? Well, no. You know, we're not going to do Velocidrone yet. We're going to let it fill up in here. So let's get some of the boring stuff out of the way. Not boring, but bench stuff out of the way. We'll do some bench stuff, and then we'll do Velocidrone, and then we'll come back and we'll do some more bench stuff. How about that? Mr. Tux is here. Finally can get you stream again, he says. Good to have you, brother. New Zealand, not Australia. As I was saying Australia, I was like, he's not in Australia. But I had the region right. I've actually been to Australia. No, I don't really talk too much about that. In between either elementary and middle school, which is 5th to 6th grade, or it might have been in between middle school and high school, which is between 8th and 9th grade. I got approached by an organization called People to People, an ambassador organization. I got good grades until I hit high school, and yeah, they send student ambassadors between countries, and yeah. They sent my parents and I a letter and said, hey, your son's been chosen to go to Australia for 3 weeks. it's not free. It cost my parents a fortune. I don't know how the hell they paid for it, but they did. And yeah, I got to spend 3 weeks in Australia. I went all the way up well, for you guys, it's here. I went all the way up the East Coast from Sydney. I think Sydney is in the north, to one of the big cities on the south. But yeah, all the way up the East Coast of Australia. And I don't remember much from it because I was very young, and depression absolutely demolishes your memory, unfortunately. But yeah, changed my life, I'm sure. I remember the people being super cool. I remember just Australians just being like a chill kind of, yeah. And I also remember thinking, oh, as soon as I can, I'm going to move to Australia. You never know. Never know. I got too much stuff now, though. Hey, this is my full-time job now. If you would like me to keep doing this, if you like this content, I need everybody's help. I need you to go to CiottiFPV.com. I need you to subscribe, click the bell, click the thumbs up, all that nonsense. Over on CiottiFPV.com, there are a little bit more direct ways to support me. Some of them are still free, like a whole bunch of affiliate links. If you're doing an order on Amazon, ohmygod.com, FPV Crate, FPV Cycle, Bob's site. Look at that. You just type in CiottiFPV.com, and like magic, it all comes up. FPV Cycle, Amazon, Get FPV, Oh My God, FPV Crate, Banggood, Endy, Camera Butter. Yeah, any of these sites, all you have to do is click one of these buttons before you check out, and I'll get between 1% and 6% back from that order. It makes a huge difference. It's free money, and you guys have been doing a great job with it. So thank you. Keep it up. That's super awesome. What some people have done that use bookmarks is they have grabbed these links. You can just like right click and copy link address. If you change your bookmarks to these affiliate links, every time you click your bookmark to go to FPV Cycle, for example, it'll drop my code into your shopping cart, and then you won't even have to think about doing this. So that's something you can maybe do. You could also just come in here and click all these right now, and then it would put my name into all your shopping carts, and I think it'll stay in there for a while. There's also the Patreon page. That's the most helpful. That's the closest thing that I have to a paycheck. And there's all kinds of benefits. You're going to get audio versions of these live streams. You're going to get daily live streams. I stream every single day now, and the Patreon folks get an email notification and a Discord notification. You're going to get a whole bunch of really cool tech stuff that I've written over there, demystifying filter tuning, PID tuning, how to troubleshoot motor heat and excessive oscillations and vibrations and stuff like that. Lots and lots and lots of good content over there on Patreon. When I see like really good stuff on sale, I'll drop like sale items in there. You can get in for like $3 a month, and I'll bet you'll save more than $3 a month in cool like clearance stuff and just not blowing up your ESCs and motors, yeah, not buying the wrong thing, because I also put tech on like, you know, the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of parts of gear that have failed on me, so that you don't buy that same garbage, because there are good parts out there. You just got to know which ones to get. So let my pain and frustration and wasted money have you not waste money and cry and quit the hobby. There's an Etsy store with a whole bunch of really cool stickers. You know you want them. There's a Fiverr store where I will work, not a store, but there's a Fiverr page where I will work for you, help you out, help you fly better. I just did an hour-long session with T-Bird yesterday, ran him through a bunch of really good drills, explained to him the art of flow. He told me that he wanted to fly like Ladrib, and I told him a bunch of the secrets in order to fly that way. And by the end of the hour session, he was like visibly flying better, which is nuts. And now he's got a whole bunch of drills that he can run in Velocidrone, and up his piloting game. Tuning, if you need to get your rigs tuned better and just learn, I don't just tune your rigs for you. I explain to you what the hell you're doing, and I give you a tuning path to go on. Basically, normally what I'll do is not tune you all the way to the ragged edge. I will back you off a little bit, and then I will explain to you, if you want to go towards the ragged edge, how to do that. So yeah, it's not like just taking your rig and dropping values into it. It's explaining to you what the hell's going on with the tuning. in a way that you can actually understand it. I have a big, long background in instruction, in motorsports, and that has allowed me to kind of understand different ways of explaining things to different people that will connect with their brain. So if you've watched a bunch of videos on tuning and it's just not clicking in your head, that's because you're just watching a generalized video about tuning that's made for the masses. You're not working one-on-one with someone who's going to ask you questions and get a feel for how your brain works, right? Some people are engineering-minded, some people are visual learners, and yeah, I've got a long history in kind of talking to people and figuring out how their brain works and how I can explain things that will actually make sense to them. Because that's really my goal with all of this. I mean, from day one with this live stream, it was just like, all right, I've made all these mistakes, I've learned all this stuff. Like, I started doing this live stream thing when I was like 3 years into the hobby, so I was pretty damn educated and a pretty decent pilot at that point, and I had already made hundreds and hundreds of mistakes and wasted thousands of dollars. So from day one, it was kind of like, well, if I can just info dump in like this long form, format, I can save a lot of other people money and time and frustration, and just kind of build the community a little bit more, especially surrounding micros. There's like no good info out there, like the R&D cycle behind micros has been like me and kebab. Obviously there's more than that, but yeah, so let me help you. I can help you over on Fiverr. Video editing and part selection too. One of the most important things with micros is picking a very specific set of parts, because most of the micro components, motors, ESCs, flight controllers, frames, are absolute garbage. So picking the proper components is actually the most important part of building a micro. It's not tuning, it's not all the other nonsense. Teespring store with a bunch of t-shirts, sweatshirts, and mugs. And then this button will bring you over to my FPV Exchange page, where I have all the things that I have for sale over there. If you don't know what FPV Exchange is, you're missing out. Get on over there, set up an account, and start trading gear and buying used gear and selling your used gear. Look at all this good stuff that I'm selling over there. Let me give you an example, right? So I'm selling 2 of these 3B Hobby 2306 motors. I am being listed on the same page, actually above Newbie Drone and Banggood. So if somebody goes on FPV Exchange and they're trying to price shop and see who has in stock and who has the cheapest 3B Hobby 2306 motors, they're going to see me first, and they're going to buy it from me more than likely, because I'm only selling them for 15 bucks per, and they are brand new. So that's another really, really cool thing about FPV Exchange, is that every single time you flip a switch, which automatically lists your item, you don't have to take a picture, you don't have to write a description, you don't have to do shit. You flip a switch, that item is for sale, and then every single time somebody uses FPV Exchange to price shop, they're going to see your stuff. Facebook Marketplace ain't going to do that, right? Facebook Marketplace, you're in with 10,000 other monkeys, and then you got to deal with 7,000 idiots trying to lowball you. FPV Exchange eliminates all that nonsense. When you set up your account on there, you log in on their side to all of the websites that you've done orders with, RDQ, GetFPV, Pyrodrone, and the FPV Exchange system automatically pulls in all the items you've ever bought into one big list. No, it does not give you a total, because Nevin is not a mean person, but it pulls all those items in and makes one big list of everything you've ever bought, so you don't have to go digging around for stuff. You've got one spot where you can see, like, didn't I buy, it's happened to me a couple times where I'm like, didn't I buy a Predator V5 Nano? And I go on there and I do a quick search and I look in my list and, oh, I did buy one. Okay, cool. So now I need to keep looking for it. Or I didn't buy one, now I can stop looking for it and not strangle this kitten that I was so frightened. I'm gonna stop there. I love cats. I don't strangle any living animals. It's not nice, and you shouldn't either. FinFPV says, hey, I whipped up a formation map for you a bit ago called CiottiFPV Funhouse V3. You should give it a roll when we get around to Velocidrone. Very cool, Finn. Do me a favor, tag me again, and what's the word? Remind me. Getting old, guys. I turned 40 in less than a month. I'm very scared. I don't know what's going to happen. Halfboard says, also FPV is just a rad guy to support him. Thanks, brother. There's value in that, too. He says, Huff19 FPV. He's one of my Fiverr customers. He had an awesome session. And I believe he told me on last week that he's actually been using what he learned from me to help some of his local guys. So, you know, maybe you guys could hire me on Fiverr, and then somebody else will hire you, and then you can make that money back, and, like, you know, maybe you'll make money off of hiring me from Fiverr. You never know. I think Huff just did it gratis, but hey, your boy, your lanky gangly man, friend man, is I don't know. Greetings from Long Beach, California. Just getting to my bench, running the stream in the background. Huff19 says, glad to have you, my man. Hot Point Hoodlum says, I want to fly like someone that can. I can help, Hot Point. Hopefully I'm someone that can. DJ CJX says, I got the same shirt. Nice. Yeah, this is a line of shirts that FPV Exchange did with Rick Zapata, and my logo is on the back here. Very, very cool of FPV. If you don't know, if you're new here, FPV Exchange has been an unbelievably generous sponsor of me and this channel, and you guys by proxy. And we've got some pretty exciting stuff coming up. You want to talk about somebody that's super supportive? This is a stack of Apexes and Prototype 5s that FPV Exchange sent over for my giveaways. I still need to figure out how the hell we're going to work this. But yeah, there are some real good giveaways coming up soon. They're going to be run through my Patreon channel. So if you want to get in on potentially winning one of these beautiful, freshly built rigs on T-Motor F40 Pro 4s, $26 motors with Acon ESCs and Acon flight controllers, all top shelf components, CiottiFPV.com. Join my Patreon. $3 whole a month. You can get in to maybe win one of these guys. That's 10 cents a day. And again, I do daily live streams for the patrons, so 10 whole cents for a 2-hour stream every single day, and then you might even win one of these. And I do my own giveaways outside of these, so it's kind of impossible to join my Patreon and not make money from the deal. How about that for a turbo shill? How you like me now, motherfuckers? I jumped up a notch. I don't know why I got so angry there. Let me pull this guy down. Let's let me switch here. Let's switch. There we go. Double Cinesplores. Huff19 says it's essentially one set of props a month to be a patron. So true. So true. God, that's scary to look at it that way. All right. So yeah, if you want to make money, join my Patreon. The giveaways that I do are usually between like $50 and $100 worth of stuff too. And like in some cases there'll only be like 20 people on the wheel, and I do 2 giveaways a month. So within 15 months, worst case scenario, within 15 months, so whatever 15 times 3 is, you'll win $50 worth of stuff. It's $50 to $100 worth of stuff. How about that? MeDrone says JB is previewing the Flow State movie today. He certainly is. I didn't get invited, but that's okay. I'm like 3.5 hours away, so it's fine. And I'd rather be here with you guys, because I love you guys that much. I'm just kidding. I really love you guys. I'm not offended or anything though that I wasn't invited. Mr. Tux tagged me and said, by the way, on your website, Firefox gives me... Yeah, I'm working on it, Mr. Tux. I'm not good at the internet. but I'll figure it out. My buddy Chris knows what's going on. My website is run through GoDaddy, and then I have GoDaddy just redirecting or whatever to there was no audio, DJ. I have it redirecting to Linktree, and for some reason it does that weird warning thing. My buddy Chris up in New York is going to help me figure it out, though. I just have to remember to bug him. Espander says, Joshua, you look younger and slimmer today. It's Dart says, turning 40 ain't so bad. It's the next day after your birthday when you realize that you're closer to 50 than 30. Ugh, don't remind me. Gel Captain is here. What's up, Gel? How are you, man? An OG micro ninja. Gel says, hello, what's up with Joshua Bardwell? Joshua was invited to a pre-screening of Flow State. So yeah, I'm in his time slot here today. Gary Higgins says, sorry I missed it. What's the best 3-inch prop for the Ripsqueak? Depends on if you build your Ripsqueak lighter or heavier, Gary. I build my Ripsqueaks in the middle so that they're around 200 grams all up. And my preferred propeller is either the Emax Avan 3-inch or the Gemfan Wind Dancer 3028. The Gemfan is a little bit more durable, but a little bit heavier. It's not really all that durable of a propeller. We don't really have a great 3-inch propeller at the moment. A part of my sponsorship with Gemfan is making a signature propeller, and that signature propeller is going to be a durable 3-inch T-mount 30 to 40 pitch propeller. Because, yeah, there's a huge hole in the 3-inch T-mount propeller world right now, and I'd like to fill that. I saw it coming a mile away. I was like, how can I say something different so that I don't have to say, and I'd like to fill that hole? But I didn't get there. I just couldn't make it happen. Point Reyes says, have you tried the BLHeli 32.0 update? I was thinking of updating my Sidora SL5 ESCs. I read good and bad things. I have updated all of my 5-inch rigs, all 4 of my 5-inch rigs, and it's absolutely phenomenal. I didn't turn on any of the other extra features other than low and high PWM. I put PWM low to 24K. I put PWM high to 48K. And the reduction in throttle chop bobbles is pretty staggering. I'm pretty shocked at the difference that it made. So highly recommended. I've got a live stream from probably 4 or 5 days ago, talking about and showing how to download the configurator, how to update all your ESCs at once, how to set that low and high. So yeah, just go back a couple streams. It's in the stream title, BLHeli 32.8, and yeah, you can follow along. Although it's pretty easy. You just Google BLHeli 32.8. That'll put you on the website where you download the configurator, and then you just update. So I mean, you could probably do it without my live stream, but if you need a hand, it's there for you. Michael Blade says, good afternoon. Thank you for the great content. Thank you for appreciating the great content, Michael, and coming and hanging out, man. Very cool of you. Dauntless says, chasing and grouped togetherness is fun with wings. I was flying line of sight and 2 friends were FPV. Almost ahead a year watching all 3 come across the sky right next to each other. Kids love it. Very cool. And I've been dying to chase a wing. I've just never had a chance. T-Bird says, tuning my FPV crate inside out. FPV crate? FPV crepe? Mr. Huggy says, you falling asleep like that would be me doing a live stream. Michael Blade says, what's your favorite 5-inch prop for freestyle? Michael Blade, I have tried a lot of different 5-inch props, arguably all of them. I'm kind of a sucker for trying propellers. In the same way that when I was in motorsports, I was a sucker for trying all the different tire options. As an instructor, it helped because I would get to drive and or ride shotgun in a lot of cars on all the different hot tires. At any given time, in terms of autocross, there are 4 to 5 like hot 200 tread wear, really sticky street tires. There's usually a Bridgestone, a BF Goodrich, a Falcon, and a... Oh shit, I forget. I've been out of the car game for a hot minute now. But yeah, and they all have little subtle strengths and weaknesses. They're all roughly the same cost. And it makes the biggest difference. Like, tires on a car are the one thing that makes the biggest difference in performance, and mainly performance. And propellers are exactly the same. Like, if you're not gonna test anything else, if you're not gonna test for your favorite motor or your favorite camera or any of that stuff, right? If you just like have a build and you don't have the money to like try all different stuff, which is not a bad thing. Like, just having the same camera, the same everything is actually what all the pro pilots do, because then you're flying like the same platform every time, right? If you're gonna test only one thing, it should be propellers, because they make the biggest difference in performance, and they also make the biggest difference in like personalizing the rig. That's really what we're doing, right? Like, when we change stuff on our builds, all we're trying to do is personalize it so that it connects best with our brains, so that we can like not think about flying and just fly. And yeah, propellers are going to be the biggest sort of part of that. So I try pretty much all the propellers. The ones that I've settled on are the GemFan 5143 3s. They are not the best at any one thing, which is actually a really good thing. Like, a lot of propellers will be like really good at like one very specific thing, but then they won't be good at at the other things. The GemFan 5143s are like the best at the most. They have the best mix of throttle feel, lightness, like weight. The lighter a propeller is, the quicker the PID loop can spin it up and down for better prop wash handling, for better, I mean, just general everything handling. They're the most durable. Not the most durable, but they are durable. So yeah, they're the mix of all these things, right? And every other propeller that I've ever tried is like, it just doesn't have that balance. It doesn't have that, like, GemFan used to have like a little like 6-pointed wheel that they would put on the packaging, and the wheel would have like weight, prop wash handling, speed, cornering, durability, and they would draw like a little shape, and like and so yeah, the 5143 is the best like combination of all those things that I've been able to find. So yeah, check them out. GemFan 5143 3. They are just the best mix. They're not too high of a pitch. They're not too low of a pitch. They're the right weight. They're nice and durable. Great prop wash handling. Speed when you need it. Throttle resolution when you need it for really subtle little adjustments. You'll see a lot of really good pilots running those. I mean, pilots that are either not sponsored or sponsored by GemFan, they'll be running those propellers. Typically, when you see a pilot running HQs, it's because they're sponsored by HQ, but not always. I see a lot more pilots that aren't sponsored flying these propellers. So yeah, and I love them, and I've flown pretty much everything. I don't think there's a propeller that I have not flown at this point, from the last like 4 years at least. Really good question, Michael Blade. Propellers are a big deal, for real. Definitely, like, every time you do an order, an FPV order, buy like your favorite propeller, but then buy like 1 or 2 sets of another propeller, and just force yourself to try different props, because by doing that, even if you don't like those other propellers, you're gonna get to see like, oh, this other propeller is quieter, or louder, or less efficient, or more efficient, and you're just going to start to build your like mental encyclopedia of, and you'll get to just experience like what a different propeller feels like, and that's important. T-Bird says that's what she said. Slide by FPV says, what are your thoughts on Blue Jay ESC firmware? I haven't tried it, so I don't really have any actual thoughts. Some people are saying some good stuff. I'm perfectly happy with BL Heli, especially the new BL Heli with the low and high PWM. It seems pretty awesome. My rigs fly. I mean, they don't prop wash. They don't do any weird stuff. I love the way that they fly. So I have to kind of resist trying every single brand new thing that comes out, because as a pilot that's trying to get better, that's actually one of the worst things that you can do for your piloting skills, because it means that every couple weeks something is going to change on your rigs. So you're going to have zero like standardization, right? Like every single time you fly, there's going to be something different. So it's going to just obliterate your muscle memory. So as a pilot trying to get better at flying, I have to just leave stuff alone. And right now, my rigs fly better than they ever have, and I just don't really have a reason to go changing stuff unless everybody starts saying that Blue Jay makes them a better pilot and it's absolutely essential and stuff like that. But I have definitely not heard that yet. I have heard people say like, oh yeah, it's very interesting. I've yet to hear anybody say like, oh yeah, it definitely flies way, way, way better. So yeah, it's a mix. You gotta, and you guys should too. I mean, I assume that most of you guys are trying to get better at piloting. So yeah, do yourself a favor and resist the urge to just constantly change your rigs to the newest, freshest, hype trainiest thing, because yeah, it literally makes you a worse pilot. Every single time you change something, it literally makes you worse. And then you have to relearn and you have to rebuild your muscle memory. And FPV changes like every couple weeks, and that's about the right amount of time for your muscle memory to rebuild. And then you change something else or you update, and then you smash that all to hell, and then you have to rebuild again, and then you try something new and you smash that, and then you have to rebuild again. So, you know, if a lot of people will tell me like, hey, I feel like I'm kind of plateauing and I'm not getting any better. Could be why. You gotta sort of get, as quickly as you can, you gotta get your rigs to a point where they fly good enough, and then just leave it alone and just focus on yourself. Just focus on your piloting skills. New stuff is gonna come out, just like, you know, do your daily meditation, right? Whatever it takes. This is alternate nostril breathing. I go over meditation every so often on the ends of the streams. Healthy Gamer GG, if you have any interest in being better in life and just feeling better about yourself and being a better human, here on YouTube, look up Healthy Gamer GG and just be a happier human being here on Earth. Yeah, resist the urge to try every new thing. But if you do try a new thing and it is groundbreaking, definitely let me know. Because those are the things that I am willing to update to. The things that actually do make a big difference and aren't hopefully super confusing, because I also have to kind of be a little bit careful with my time. I don't have the time to throw at like this AM32 ESC that Joshua sent over. Like, I'm definitely looking forward to doing it, but apparently the configurator is a bit of a mess and takes some time to kind of figure out. So I'm like, God damn, I just don't know if I just got to find the time to do it. Okay. Definitely keep asking me about these new things though, guys, because I'm not like, I don't have the time to troll around Facebook anymore to read about all these new crazy things. It really, really helps when you guys mention them and explain what the hell they are to me. Double A is in the house. What's up, brother? Athix FPV says, will the 3-inch prop you make be 2mm shaft capable? Definitely not, Athix. There are only like 2 motors that use the 2mm shaft, and Kebab has a really nice little kit that you can buy from FPV Cycle with my affiliate link to drill 1.5mm props out to 2mm. Whereas if I were to do a prop with a 2mm center, there'd be no way to convert that to 1.5. So yeah, it definitely will not be 2mm shaft capable, just because that would, I mean, that would be a prop that nobody would be able to run, basically, and that's not what I want. I want everybody to be able to run it. Huff19 says, I've been watching the F1 series on Netflix. Now my poor Mobula 6s are taking a beating in my backyard. It's a great series, isn't it, Huff? Did you go back to the first season from 2018? If not, you should. All 3 seasons of it are really good. Really interesting way to watch an F1 season as a documentary. Kind of cool. Gel Captain says, I love FPV. I love FPV, but can't bring myself to fly for the last 4 months. I hate the cold and wind. I'm with you there, man. It's still below 50 degrees over here. Besides, winter in general is messing with my mental state. I'm totally with you, Gel. It's rough. I took a couple months off in the winter as well, and just sort of did a lot of bench time. In terms of mental stuff, I forgot to mention this. Down here at the bottom of CiottiFPV.com, I've got a link to FPV Therapy. This is a Facebook group that I created a little over a year ago. It should probably be called Therapy for FPV Pilots. It's not a Facebook group to dump your flight footage in. I let flight footage sit there for like 1 or 2 days and then I delete it. This is a Facebook group to talk about mental illness and talk about mental health and ways to just be better and survive in a really confusing, really scary world. So yeah, guys, come on over. You'll learn something. Even if you don't think you have mental illness, or even if you really don't have mental illness, 1 in 5 to 1 in 10 people do. So if you know more than 5 people in your life, you know someone that really struggles with it, and they're probably not going to talk to you about it because most people don't understand it, and the conversations that those of us that have it, have with people that don't understand it really hurt, to be totally honest. So by coming over and learning a little bit about it, you'll learn what not to say to those people. And like, I know it sounds dramatic, but you could legitimately save someone's life. Yeah, I know that sounds kind of nuts, but it is the goddamn truth. Yeah, so come on over, read some of our stories, learn a little bit, and you'll be a little bit better of a human being tomorrow than you were today. And it's a pretty good deal in my book. Not that I have a book. Gel Captain, oh wait, no, we got that. Tweet FPV is in the house. What's up, Dan? How are you, man? Slide by FPV says, do you think that there are different props for different jobs on the same drone? Absolutely, Slide by. Absolutely, man. That's one of the other really nice things. So I was talking about how the GemFan 5143s are the best kind of all-arounders, right? That I've found. I like that because by running those propellers on pretty much all my rigs, I have that like control. I have that not control. I have that standardization where pretty much any time I fly one of these rigs, my muscle memory is going to be right there. It's going to be locked in. I know that when I go to 26% throttle, I'm going to get X amount of power. So for me, I try to find the best all-arounder propeller and then run that on everything. That being said, I do have a very specific rig for high-speed chasing. And on this rig, it wouldn't make sense to run that propeller because that propeller is not fast enough. So I run the GemFan 5152. This is a crazy pitchy propeller with big fat blades on a big-ass motor, 2507 Avenger motor, because this rig is very specifically designed to go 100 miles an hour and have really good freestyle capabilities. So this particular rig benefits from a propeller that is really good at going fast, but this propeller is not really good at being lightweight. It's not all that durable. It's kind of shitty at all those things, but for a very specific rig, I'm running a very specific propeller. So that's, yeah, that I need to break out of my standardization with this rig because these other rigs won't go 100 miles an hour. And if I'm trying to chase something that's going that speed, right? Like, it's sort of forced. So yeah, But I will definitely say, if you're looking to get better as a pilot, try to standardize as much of your fleet as humanly possible, because that makes the biggest difference. And then, yeah, when you go to fly this, everything is going to be different. But, you know, when I fly this, I'm flying a different style, right? Like, I'm chasing typically a car at triple-digit speeds, so I'm not going to be doing, like, big, nasty freestyle stuff. I just want it to not have mid-throttle oscillations, not have prop wash, shit like that. So, yeah, really, really good point. That yeah, there are different props that'll be very good at a specific job. If you fly with a 5-inch rig in like very small, very technical spaces, the GemFan 5143 is gonna work. It's one of the best combinations of throttle feel and throttle subtlety, but also having big power. But if you find that propeller has too much power, it would actually benefit you to go to something lower in pitch, something like a 35 pitch or a 30 pitch propeller, because those are going to be very slow. And if you're only ever flying really small, really tight, really technical spots, that specific propeller is going to be a better option for you. That's a propeller that's really good on that circle. It's going to be really good at one thing, but then it's going to sacrifice a bunch of other things. But again, if you're in a very specific situation, and if that's all that you fly, yeah, that's going to be a better choice for you. For me, I fly a big variety. Not only do I fly a big variety of spots, but I just want a propeller that'll do it all. I don't want to have to run one propeller when I go to a small spot, run a different propeller when I go to a big spot, run a different propeller when I go to a bando. That's a really good way to not fly well, because every single one of those propellers is going to perform a little bit differently. So when I go to 26% throttle, it's like, well, shit, which propeller is this? How much power am I going to get? Oh, God, I've already smashed into the concrete wall and everything's on fire. So... yeah, it's a balance. It's a balance of trying to find the right gear with just picking a set of gear and focusing on yourself. I can tell you that about 98% of it is you. So finding the right gear setup can maybe make you like 2% better, maybe 3% better. I typically go for the 98%, which is... end. Right? Havboard says, I'm having a really bad RX loss at close range, and it's a bind and fly that I only upgraded the VTX antenna and XT30. Where do I start troubleshooting? Havboard, when did the problem start? That's the biggest thing. Whenever the problem started, you want to look at like what could have happened, right? Did the problem start when you smashed into a tree? If so, it could be physical damage, right? So maybe just swap out the receiver. That's the biggest thing when troubleshooting. Your start to your troubleshooting should always be, when did this problem begin? And basically what happened right before this problem began. Bars FPV says, I've been flying 5 years and suck for that exact reason. Bars, yeah, I have a really big struggle with it. You know, I build all these micros, I test all this gear for product reviews and for the live streams, and I really struggle. Every time I go out and fly, I can very specifically tell whether or not I've been flying the same setup or whether I've been testing, because if I've been testing and then I go out and I try to fly hard, all I do is crash. Whereas if I just put my head down and fly the same rig for like 2 or 3 or 4 sessions in a row, all of a sudden my flight footage is fucking gnarly and I'm shooting tiny little gaps and I'm coming backwards down the side of buildings, 1 inch away from them rather than 6 inches away from them. So yeah, it's there's a lot of push and pull going on, right? There's that pull of like, ooh, the fancy new product. Oh my God, such and such pilot says it's the best thing ever. And then there's like reality that's just like, well, no, they're sponsored by that company, so yeah, they're trying to sell you that product. we're also at a point where, like, I hate to burst anybody's bubble, but there are not going to be big gains. Like, FPV and the development of this, of all of our stuff, is at a point where, like, we had a bunch of really big gains back in, like, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and, like, now 2020, 2021, like, the gains are much smaller. So you can run a setup from, like, 2 years ago, and it'll perform damn near identical to, like, the hottest, best setup now. So yeah, just pick a setup that works for you financially and isn't just garbage gear, right? Like when it comes to ESCs, stop buying non-Acon ESCs. Like, Acon ESCs might cost you an extra, like, $5 or $10, but they're not going to catch on fire. So just stop saving $5 or $10 on that cheap ESC. It's going to catch on fire, and then you're going to lose that. You're going to end up paying more in the end in time and money. Just buy Acon ESCs from now on. I know it's boring, and I know you think that you're going to find a better one, but you're not. I thought that for years, and I couldn't. And if I couldn't, then why do you think you're going to be able to, kind of thing? Like, again, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah, just start running the stuff that the pro pilots run, and pay attention to the ones that are sponsored, right? Like, when you see a pro pilot that's sponsored by Hobbywing, that's why they're running the Hobbywing ESC, because they got it for free or cheap at least. Look for the pilots that are flying really well that aren't sponsored, and look at what gear they run, and look at how hard they crash. And when all those things line up, that's the person that you want to listen to, because they have no incentive to not run the gear that's the most durable and the cheapest, right? Because they're coming out of their own pocket with it. So pay attention to that kind of stuff. And yeah, just stop trying to find something that's better. Even if you do find something that's better, how much money will you be in? Like, how deep will you be in financially by that point? You won't save any money. So just go with what works. Go with what pilots that have spent more time and money than you have found that works. You know what I'm saying? I know it's boring, but if you want to get better, you're not going to find a pro pilot that's going to say the opposite of this. You know what I'm saying? So just trust us. We've been exactly where you're at. We've chased the hype train. We've pissed away thousands and thousands of dollars in the process. And if I could go back and change one thing, that's one of the big things that it would be. If I could go 4 years back, I would just look at a couple pro pilots that weren't sponsored and just look at the gear that they'd settled on and just only buy that gear. And I would not have a pile of blown up electronics over there with a couple grand worth of mistakes in it. And instead of having 4 working rigs, I would have 5 or 6. And that makes a much bigger difference for you to get more time up in the air and to get more flight time and to improve even more as a pilot. Havboard says using an XJT module D8. Havboard, also check there's like 4 or 5 pins on the back of your transmitter, and then the XJT module goes on those pins. Take those pins, and like what can happen is one of the pins will not have perfect contact with the XJT module. So what I had to do on my QX7 is I had to bend the pins over a little bit, just a little bit, and then it makes the XJT module a little bit harder to go on there, but it makes sure that once I do get the XJT module on, that the pins are pushing to the side, and that makes sure that they have contact. I use a Crossfire Micro, and yeah, it was just shutting off because they didn't. I guess TBS didn't make the tolerances tight enough on the inside of their module to maintain contact, and I had to kind of, work it out. But check that as well. Alec Dvornak is in the house. Dvornik, rather. He says, I run Blue Jay on 75mm 1S. I got a replacement board, uploaded my diff, and all I can And I can feel I need Blue Jay on this again. Very cool. That's what I've heard about Blue Jays. It's really good for the smaller stuff. So if you're flying the smaller stuff, definitely check it out. I mainly fly 5-inch and 3-inch, but we'll see. We'll see. If enough people tell me that Blue Jay is really working well on 3-inch and 5-inch, I'll potentially give it a shot in the future. Alec also says, I highly recommend it for S-type ESCs. I think what he means is BL Heli S ESCs. Most of my rigs are now on BL Heli 32, which is why I can do the variable PWM on 32.8, but hey. I still do have 1 or 2 rigs on BL Heli. Yeah, you know what? The budget rig is actually on BL Heli S, so maybe I'll put it on there. That rig is totally like off the reservation too. It's got a wacky ESC, a wacky flight controller, wacky motors, like all the parts and pieces. It's kind of like my testing rig. So I don't have a problem putting a weird non-standard firmware on there because the whole rig feels different when I fly it. Rick Zapata says, have you tried the Newbie 31mm props yet? Been flying them recently and they seem good. I have. My issue with the Newbie drone props is they're just way too fragile. I've actually had problems getting the damn things onto the motors without bending them. Like literally in the process of pushing the propellers down onto the motor shaft, like I don't really have fat fingers, but like somehow like the fatness of my thumb will like ooze over the hub and bend one of the blades, so that when I arm the damn thing for the first time, it goes bananas because the blades are bent on these incredibly fragile propellers. If they don't bend when I put them on, within a couple crashes, I find that the blades are bent, and then I've had no luck bending them back straight. So I've kind of given up on the Newbie drone propellers, but if you don't crash, and if you have a better way to kind of get the damn things onto the shaft without bending the blades, thumbs up. I personally prefer the Gemfan 1.2 and 1.6 inch 4-blade propellers. They have a bigger blade profile, they make more thrust, and they're more locked in. And on my tiny whoops, I carry the Insta360 go around, so I need all the thrust that I can get. And yeah, I've been really, really impressed by them. They're also beautifully balanced. Gemfan somehow always makes a propeller that's kind of better balanced than anyone else. And the balance of the propeller is very important to me because I like to have my PID tunes cranked up so that my rigs fly really good. So yeah, I've had nothing but good luck with Gemfan props. If nothing else, then because they seem to be better balanced than any other propeller. Mark Spatz UAV Tech actually did a video a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago now, where he tested in black box the balance of a bunch of different propellers, and Gemfan just demolished. The best balanced propeller was actually the T-Motor 5143 that I used to fly. That's a propeller that's made by Gemfan. So yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's a Gemfan propeller. I mean, they just seem to pay more attention and to just, I'm sure that when they have their molds made, they just are paying extra for the molds to be better produced so that they're gonna kick out a propeller that's better balanced. Yeah, so Double A says pick a rig and get juicy with it. I'm trying to get better at this. Scott Gillen says, I just got on FPV Exchange and I want to get some DJI V2. Is it cool to get from here? Absolutely, Scott. And I think Nevin, who's Xenakis on here, who is the creator of FPV Exchange, I think he might even be selling some DJI V2s. So yeah, check that out over there. You might be able to get them directly from him. Super cool guy. Slide By says, sometimes I ask questions I think I know the answer to. That's a good thing. CiottiFPV explains it in depth for 5 minutes, and I was half right. Thanks for always going above and beyond explaining. Thanks for asking the good questions, Slide By. You know, I've very specifically chosen. So, you know, every other stream, somebody will be like, you know, hey man, I love your content, but I don't have time for it. Why can't you just make 5-minute or 10-minute edited videos like Joshua Bardwell? I've very specifically, so first and foremost, this is like my thing, like this long form content and the live streams and the conversations in the chat. This is my thing. This is what I'm good at. This is what I want to do. This is the value that I offer. So that's the main thing, right? Like this is not the norm, and that's a good thing for me. Like if I dive into what everybody else is doing, then I'm going to have to compete with everybody else. And quite frankly, I don't really think that I'm good enough or unique enough to properly compete with all those other people. Not only that, but the other big reason is that I think it's like when you do that, when you take a half an hour's worth of info and knowledge and thought process and you cram it down into 5 minutes, you lose a lot. You lose a lot of the subtleties. You lose a lot of the specific details that might connect with you, right? Because we're all different. We all fly a little bit different. We all have different rigs. So I really prefer this format here so that we can have these longer conversations. And what I wish people understood is that, like, you don't have to watch my whole 2-hour live stream. Like, you can just kind of come in and click around and come to one of the live streams in the middle of it and post your specific question, and I'll specifically answer your specific question. And yeah, I think that's really important. I think that's something that like a one-size-fits-all solution works for a bunch of people, but it doesn't work perfectly for everyone. Not that there's anything wrong with it, for the record. This is not a bash on anybody. I'm very lucky that there are people out there like Joshua taking all that knowledge and boiling it down, spending 8 to 10 hours editing an individual topic down from an hour's worth of thoughts and content into a 10-minute bite-sized chunk, right? Like, I benefit from that. I watch almost all of Joshua's stuff. And a lot of the other guys out there as well. So we're very lucky to have those people, but I try to be the other side of that. And I try to, talk through a little bit of this stuff so that you guys can pick up a little bit more, and so that we can have an actual conversation about it too, right? Because, like, I'm just one dude. Like, I give you guys my very specific opinions, and then you guys talk about it in the chat and, like, further kind of dial it in. Which is really awesome. I'm having another allergy attack. I must have touched my nose. I was scratching the cat this morning, and I must have touched my nose. So prepare for much face touching in this live stream. Havboard says it was a brand new AIO flight controller. Well, there's your problem. AIOs are absolute garbage, and they should be banned from existence forever. Havboard says, I guess I'm going to redo the XT30 and rebind from scratch. The AIO is probably not the issue. I mean, if it's all brand new stuff, rebind it, and if it's still screwing up, get in touch with whoever you bought it from and tell them that they need to send you one that works. Resist the urge when you guys hook up something that's brand new and it doesn't work. Resist the urge to troubleshoot. That company probably, like, we don't have good quality control. All of our stuff is pretty cheap, so quality control is kind of out the window on most of our components. If you hook something up and you know you hooked it up the right way and you know that you have the settings correct, don't go 10 hours into a troubleshoot. Contact who you bought it from and say, hey, you sent me a bad component. Send me another one. Like, leave it on them. And then, worst case scenario, they send you another one and it does the same thing. Now you know, I mean, you don't actually know because the quality control is so bad that sometimes you'll get 2 bad things in a row. But hopefully you're buying the gear down below in the description that I have spent years and years and years testing. I have a little section down below called the gear that I use and trust. If you're using that gear down there, then there's a pretty good chance that the gear is not the problem, because I don't run gear that has quality control issues. But yeah, if you get a second one and it's still doing the same problem, and it's a known good piece of gear, now it's going to be like, okay, well, what other things in this system could be broken, or you need to revisit, am I really hooking this thing up right? But in theory, that you should have already kind of shot that, right? Sometimes this hobby just blows, Halfboard. I can't, it still happens to me. It still happens to me where I hook something up, I know it's hooked up correctly, it doesn't work, I get all pissed off, I force myself to recheck, and I've got 2 of the wires flipped. And I'm like, okay, I'm special. Mr. Tuck says, when there's something interesting going on, I focus more on the stream. He also says, when I watch your or Bardwell's stream, I'm usually doing something else. And when you're talking about something I don't care about, I zone out / focus on the other thing. Yeah, I feel like that's what a lot of you guys do. And that's kind of the other reason why I really dig this. Is that, yeah, just leave it on the background. It's why I'm doing the audio-only versions of these now over on Patreon. I don't do it for all of the streams, because there are streams where I'm just rambling a lot. I do the audio-only setup where I know that I covered a lot of good, like, technical ground on a stream. So, yeah. It Starts says, I listen to Ciotti like a podcast while I'm at work, soak up the information, even if it doesn't apply to me at the time. It's a really good point, It Starts. Yeah, it's, even if something doesn't apply today, 6 months from now, God knows what you're going to be flying. And if you have this deep, dark, stored, I don't know why it's dark, but stored memory of me talking about how awful AIOs are, maybe you won't buy an AIO, for example, just to get another dig in on fucking AIOs. Alec Dvornik says, what are you working on today? We're going to switch the camera on this cinematic glide with the oh man, I guess I need to switch these arms out too. God damn it. So we're going to be switching the arms out, and we're going to switch the GoPro mount out, and we're going to switch the camera mount out on this third glide build, so that I can finally go out and fly some freestyle when it stops raining today, tomorrow, the next day, and figure out which of these nano cameras I like the best, so that I can put them in all the rigs and not have a different camera in every single rig. And then we're also going to do a little bit of lead follow in Velocidrone, and then we're going to round things out by potentially getting the Prototype 5 all the way put together. But no promises there, because if my allergies get any worse, I'm just going to cut my nose off with a pair of scissors instead, and then I won't be able to stream anymore. Halfboard says, that makes sense. I'll investigate the XJT, maybe bind to the QX7 to test. If the QX7 works better, then it's likely the XJT connection next to the tip. Also, Halfboard, when you get... Don't rule out that your transmitter might be going. If you really start to get deep in the troubleshoot, try to find somebody else local and get their transmitter, bind to it, and just, yeah, you got to think of the whole system, man. As soon as you think, like, there's no way it could be the transmitter, it's definitely the transmitter. Looks like I missed a bunch of... Oh, wait, no, here we go. Okay, I'm caught up. All right, so let's go over here and do a little bit of work. Halfboard says, I ain't mad. It is what it is, and likely the XJT, now that you said it. Only been awake 2 hours and learned a bunch now after last night's test flight. I think I'm caught up. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. I'm caught up. All right, cool. So, yeah, I also forgot to mention, if you're new here and you want to talk directly to me, all you got to do is type my name. The comments that I read are the comments where people have typed my name. Just like in the real world, if you want to talk to another human being, you say, hey, John, and then you speak to them. You're going to do the same thing in the chat here. And you can do it with anyone. If I type Ram Donko's name, it'll light up in orange for him, so that, you know, it's like a little notification. So if you want to talk specifically to someone, myself included, just type their name. You got to get it spelled right. You don't have to put the @ in front of it, but the @ will autofill, so a lot of people do. But yeah, just type people's names into the chat, and this goes for all YouTube chats and all Twitch chats as well, and then it lights up, and they can see that you're talking to them. Otherwise, you guys, I'm just going to assume that you're talking amongst yourselves. Have board, for example, he spelled my name wrong, and look what happened. It didn't light up in orange. Because he put an E in there. Ciotti. 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 So yeah, make sure you spell people's names right. X9D with XJT and a QX7. Oh, so you have 2 transmitters? Cool. You can test for yourself. 661 is in the house. He says I've been flying 3-inch ripsqueak back to back with 2.5-inch ripsqueak, and yeah, 3-inch. The 3-inch was slow with the 1204.5, so I'm getting some 1304.5 hyperlights to upgrade. Sounds good, 661. Yeah, 1204s are going to be much better in a 2.5-inch prop. Melted Gyro FPV, that's a really cool name. Welcome, Melted Gyro. I've never seen that name before. I really like that. What to do when you want to solder but don't have solder and have COVID? Oh, man. Oof. Sorry, Melted Gyro. You beg somebody in the chat to send you some solder. Chat, who's going to send Melted Gyro some solder? Because he needs it. Bob Noxus is in the house. What's up, man? What up, chat? Good to have you, Bob. Let's get a little bit of glide work done. I didn't realize I needed to change these goddamn arms out, but, or Amazon, yeah. Bars, you're correct. I think I have some solder down in the description. I have a tools section in the description of all my videos, and I believe there's some Kester 7030 solder in there. Maybe. If you're going to do an order on Amazon, you might as well hit my affiliate link so that I get some free money and waste it on more stuff for testing for you lovely people. Okay. So, more work to do on this glide than I'd thought, but that's okay. That's okay. It's going to be good work that we're doing, and it's going to be work that makes a real difference in the world. Cue fart sound. Multigyro says, also, could you tell me the best cheap setup for a IH3 frame that I have? I'm looking for sub 150 bucks, excluding the frame. Melted Gyro, what's an IH3 frame? I don't know what that is. Tell me what that frame is, and I can hopefully help you out. Less than 150 is going to be pretty tough. For the most part, in FPV, I mean, and in the world, you get what you pay for. So like a really, really strict budget like that is going to be potentially pretty tough. It makes more sense to spend a little bit more money to get decent quality components that aren't going to catch on fire, so that, yeah, you don't have to replace them. Like, that's kind of the dirty secret of the really cheap components, is you only save money in that very first second that you buy them. As soon as you put them on a rig, they're less durable and they blow up, and then you've wasted all that money. Whereas if you'd spent like an extra 10 bucks on the front, you wouldn't have that experience and you would come out a lot cheaper in the end. So yeah, but I mean, it kind of depends on what that frame is. I don't know if that's like a tiny whoop frame or a 3-inch frame or a 5-inch frame or a 10-inch frame. What the hell is this? It's like snot all over the arm of the chair. What the fuck? That's weird. Bob Noxious says, that's exactly what I just went through. It certainly is. Double A says, iFlight 3-inch H-frame. So if you scroll down a little bit, Melted Gyro, I've got a whole bunch of gear that I use and trust in the description of the videos. And there is a very specific set of 3-inch components in there. So there's a Talon F7 20x20 flight controller with the MPU 6000 gyro. That's definitely the flight controller that I'm going to suggest for you. There's a Nano VTX in there. There is the receiver is on you. And then in terms of the ESC, If you can find a SpeedX, I have a link down there to the SpeedX GS25. That is a really good ESC, but it's kind of hard to find, unfortunately, because it is a little bit older of an ESC. Camera is kind of on you as well. Most of the cameras are really good. So just look up some reviews on cameras and you can find whichever one that you think looks best, because that's a pretty personal decision. Yeah, the ESC is really going to be the only kind of unknown. iFlight has a success ESC that I typically don't recommend because they picked the dumbest name ever for it. And I hate having to say the word success. But it seems to be pretty good. It's pretty cheap too. It's like $35 maybe. It's a 20 by 20 ESC. I think it's 35 amp, and it actually will take all the way up to 6S, which is kind of interesting. I don't really recommend 6S on micros. There's zero advantages because micro motors don't pull hard enough to need that extra voltage. But it is an option. Like in some cases, you won't be able to find motors that are a high enough kV. And if you have the availability to run 6S, it can make running those motors a possibility. So yeah, scroll down to the description and you can get almost your entire build done from the gear that I have spent many, many, many thousands of dollars settling on. Again, it's not going to be the cheapest gear, but I have wasted thousands of dollars on the cheapest gear. And I really wish I hadn't. I really wish in the last 4 years I'd had someone like myself to tell me, hey, don't buy the cheapest gear. It's just going to catch on fire, and then you're going to spend way, 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 way more money in that cycle rather than buying something that's a couple bucks more expensive but has been proven by people who fly a lot and people who fly and crash really hard to be a much better value. It kind of sounds like the justification for buying like German cars, but it really isn't, because German cars are much more expensive to fix, and they're really not all that more reliable if you actually look at the data. They are nicer, right? Like that's with German cars, you're kind of paying for the name, you're paying for the better interiors, the more poncy, kind of experience. And they try to sell you on the better quality, more reliable thing, but yeah, unfortunately the stats don't really back that up. Fords and Mazdas and Hondas and Toyotas are just as, if not more reliable, and they cost a lot less money to fix. So yeah, there's that. This is the little less up tilt solution that I've got that I'm going to show you guys in a second here. So this is not a very durable way to mount your GoPro mount, but if you're going to be doing like cinematic work where you would potentially want less up tilt, you're probably not going to be crashing. So the fact that this is less durable shouldn't really make a difference. So here's what it looks like. You take a longer screw. This is only in the back. You don't do this in the front of the GoPro mount. You only do this in the back, right? You take a longer screw than you need, and you get one of these little washer things. The washer thing is to spread the contact patch out on the TPU so that you don't rip it through the TPU, all right? So you put this little aluminum spacer. Pyrodrone sells these. They're little like cup washer things. And then you put another one on the bottom. All right, because you're no longer going to be pulling the bottom of the TPU into the nice flat carbon of the frame. You're going to be pulling the bottom into the little cup washer. And then you just take a little, this is a 3mm standoff, but you can also get 5mm standoffs. You can even get 10mm standoffs. and you put that little standoff under that cup washer, and then you screw this to your carbon. You screw this down to the carbon. So it props up the back of the GoPro mount, and it gives you less up tilt, right? Normally it'd be like that, but you're propping up the back, and it gives you less up tilt there. So that is the world's most clever way to take, in this case, a 20-degree GoPro mount and then tilt it forward a little bit more to make it into like either a 10 or a 15-degree GoPro mount, which for cinematic stuff is important. So there you go. And I have this little kit in my bag with a bunch of those washers and a bunch of those standoffs. So if I get to a shoot and I need less camera angle, or technically I could even use these to run more camera angle, right? Yeah, build yourself a little kit of these things, throw it in your bag, and you'll be able to, well, I mean, it also depends on what frame you're running. This is another reason why I love the glide frame, is that it uses a regular setup of standoffs here, so that I can actually do this. Some other frames will use like a wacky system of mounting the GoPro with like fucking horizontal standoffs and all kinds of other stuff. And with those, it's, you know, in a lot of cases you can't do something like this. I love the modularity of the glide builds for a lot of different reasons. Chat is just absolutely on fire, so let me roll back over here and get caught up a little bit. FinFPV says, why are we switching out these arms? So that all three of the glides are identical, so that I can have a head-to-head comparison between these cameras, so that I can figure out which one of these cameras that I want to go with. Doc Murdoch says, good afternoon, hope you're safe with all the storms out there. FlyHighFPV got hit. Yeah, I'm far enough southeast where I'm good to go. I was thinking about doing a so I did a GoFundMe for Bot Grinder when his brother passed away, and like I didn't tell him about it. Like I just did it, and like it felt really good. I was thinking about doing the same thing for Fly High, but I haven't yet because like, I don't know, and I had this same hesitation when I did it for Bot of like it feels good, right, for me to do something, but like it's not necessarily about that. Like I don't want the other person to feel negative, right? Like I don't want to make the other person feel like, oh, well, people think I'm a fucking charity case, right? And like that's a perfectly valid like way to feel, right? Like everybody's different. The more I learn about mental health and mental illness, the more I realize that like a lot of people struggle, and like if he happens to have that as like a core thing, like we have these scars that we pick up from living life, and if that's a scar that he has, I don't want to trigger that scar. So I haven't done it yet, and I don't know if I'm gonna do it because I'm afraid of that, if that makes sense. And like I also don't want to do it to like make myself feel better, right? Like it's one thing, like it's easy to just be like, oh, I'm gonna take action and like I'm gonna help the situation, but like what you need to realize is that like it's very easy for that to be like me doing something to make me feel better, right? And it's this dance between like wanting to be selfless but then like accidentally being selfish kind of thing. So I think, yeah, I don't know. I think the safer way to approach it would be that like if he sets up a GoFundMe to just fucking blast it and like send that, you know, put that link everywhere and scream into my microphone as loud as I possibly can about it. But yeah, his house got really nailed by a tornado, and I feel terrible. He's a super cool guy, a super cool human being. I got to meet him a couple weekends ago, and like, so yeah, I don't know. I definitely want to try to help, but at the same time, I don't want to trigger something in them. The more that I learn about myself and the more that I learn about mental health and just kind of grow as a human being, the more I'm kind of like with some things. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about it, but I think the safest thing for me to do is just to kind of like chill. And if he decides to do something like that, I can jump in, but I don't want to sort of jump the gun. And yeah, I hope that makes sense. I don't know. But yeah, if I guess what I can do for now is tell all of you guys to check out Fly High FPV. I'm gonna drop his name into the chat. Go give him, at the very least that you can do is look him up on Instagram and Facebook and give him a follow. So yeah, Fly High FPV. He makes awesome 3D printed stuff. He makes the best 3D printed moon goat session holder I've ever seen. He puts this little front ridge, see this little spiky bit here in the front? This protects the shit out of the front of the GoPro session. So yeah, his 3D printed stuff is beautiful. It's really well made. So go check him out. As many follows as we can get him as possible is the safest thing that we can possibly do. And then if he needs help, man, his like roof got fucked up and like it was scary, man. You'll see pictures over on his channel. It was really scary. I hope that it must have been just terrifying. I can't even begin to imagine what he lived through with his wife and kids. I mean, like a legit tornado. Like you'll see the tree that had uprooted in his front yard was like a like 100-foot tall like big bastard tree, and it just like it was nothing. I mean, the terror that they must have been through is mind numbing. So yeah, go show Fly High FPV some love. Maybe even if you need some 3D printed stuff, throw him an order. It's probably going to take him a while to get the order out, but if we can just flood him with 3D printed stuff orders, I'm sure that'll really help out a lot. And that's probably the safest way that we can kind of support him at this time. And if you're going to do that, though, understand that it might take some time for him to get it printed for you, right? Because his house has a hole in it. Point Reyes says, do you think the iFlight 50 amp F7 BLHeli 32 stack that came with my Sedora SL5 bind and fly can handle the BLHeli 32.8 update without any trouble? I read some people fried their ESCs on Joshua Bardwell's comments. I mean, I have no idea, Point Reyes. I run all Acon ESCs, and I haven't had any issues. I don't have any experience with that very specific stack that you've got, so I can't really... I mean, I just can't say. I mean, I can take a guess and say, like, I think that it might be okay, but, I mean, that's just me putting a bunch of words together. Like, there's zero factual anything in that. So, yeah, you're going to have to, unfortunately, do your own research on that. I don't really understand how the new BLHeli could fry an ESC. Yeah, that's strange. I mean, I guess maybe if the rig was like... I guess maybe if somebody was on 48K and they had their PID tune all the way at the ragged edge, or if their motors were all beat up and the arms were all beat up and they had like screws falling out and shit, I guess if they then put 32.8 on and put the low PWM to 24, 24K creates more motor torque. So if that, and that can potentially create more motor heat. So if that person then goes out and just starts hammering around without checking their motor heat, I guess maybe that could then fry an ESC. But I don't really see any other way that would happen. Joshua Bardwell's videos get tens of thousands of views, so no matter what, there's going to be one or two people out of those 10 plus thousand that have a rig that just happened to blow up. So it also could just be that they hadn't been taking care of their rig and it just happened to blow up. I would be concerned if 100 people left comments saying that they blew their rigs up. And I mean, the other thing to remember is that if one of those 10,000 people watches that video and then their rig blows up for any reason, every single one of them is going to come back into that comment and go, Joshua Bardwell, you're a piece of shit. You're the reason that I blew my rig up, you asshole. I hope you die, right? Whereas the 9,998 people who had a great experience with it, they're just out flying, having a great experience with it. So, yeah, one or two comments I always overlook because at any given time, there's like, oh, just now, a rig just blew up. Oh, just now, another one blew up, right? Like, there's enough of us in this hobby where, like, every couple of seconds or every couple of minutes, a rig is blowing up. And most people don't know what the hell they're talking about, so they immediately blame whatever the most recent YouTube video was that they watched, which I've experienced personally. So yeah, there's a lot of bad data in this hobby. Most people don't know what they're talking about. So the majority of the bad reviews that you read and the people blowing up their stuff are just people that don't know what the hell they're doing. If you know if you have any idea of what you're doing, it's kind of hard to blow stuff up in this hobby, like, especially ESCs and motors. Like, you should be paying attention to your motor heat. You should be listening to the way that your quad sounds. There are like many things that will tell you when your rig is about to explode, and usually they're pretty obvious because usually, like, you can hear it. Like, usually if the rig sounds bad, stop fucking flying it. Like, the number of people that I've flown with that, like, they'll take off or they'll bang into a tree and it's just like, and they just keep fucking flying the rest of the battery. I'm like, what? Like, are you specifically trying to blow that up? Like, do you not want to fly that rig for the rest of the day? Like, is that what's going on? Because, like, it sounds like a goddamn chainsaw. Like, it didn't sound like that a minute ago. Like, what makes you think that that's okay? Like, get that shit back here and fix the problem. Like, these things are not invincible. Like, you gotta pay attention to that stuff. So, and that's like the majority of the people that I've flown with. They just kind of ignore very obvious warning signs that something's about to go up in flames. So, yeah, there's a lot of that. All that being said, I have absolutely no idea. I have no experience with that iFlight 50 amp stack. There could be some weirdness between 32.8 and that specific stack. There's just no way for me to know without having iFlight send me that stack and me put 100 batteries into it, which is not something that I have time to really do, unfortunately. And iFlight is not sending me anything. So, can't specifically help you there, Point Reyes, but hopefully that 10-minute rant will give you some actual context as to what really happens in FPV. License to Drive says, I flew my tiny trainer with 3D printed TPU props for a couple hours ago. No spoilers, wait for the video upload, about an hour, including machine very slow. I feel you there, License. I saw one of your pictures of those 3D printed props. Looks crazy. Double A says, don't be so hard on yourself. I don't remember what we were talking about, Double A, but I'm working on it in therapy, man, every week. Rick Zapata says, I have a Baby Hawk R that I would still like to fly for fun. Would it benefit to change out the F3 to a Talon F7 flight-wise? I have 2 Talons I haven't used yet. Don't the Baby Hawks have specific like all-in-ones, I thought? That being said, F3 an F3 processor is not going to be able to run RPM filtering, I don't think. And RPM filtering does really help, specifically with banged up motors and banged up props. So yes, realistically, there is going to be a performance increase going from an F3 to an F7. If you were on an F4, the answer would be no, because F4s can handle RPM filtering. There's really no reason to go from an F4 to an F7 right now. But yeah, F3 to F7 is going to open up some pretty significant improvements in the flight control software. So yeah, that would be worth it if that Baby Hawk doesn't use a very specific AIO, which I think it does. But you'll know better than me. I don't know all the Baby Hawks anymore. That might be one of the ones that runs a 20x20 stack. I don't remember. Frank Nicholas says that GoPro mount lifted in the rear looks less stable. The bottom of the mount is not flat on the frame. I would think it is more susceptible to vibrations. I've never noticed a difference in vibrations, but as we discussed, it's definitely not something that you want to be crashing. That's for sure. Huff19 says, off to do family things. Have a great day to all. I will also say that I run BMC 3D TPU stuff, and Brent does an amazing job at just building beefy mounts. Like, his mounts are very chunky, very solid, very firm. So maybe that's why I don't have vibration issues. If you're using like a really skinny, lightweight mount, maybe you would have problems like what Frank is talking about. I've never had an issue though. Doc Murdoch says, I understand. David said to keep ordering his TPU parts as he is still running his 3D printers on a generator. Oh my god, right. They don't have power. Oh my god, he's running his 3D printers on a generator. Oh my god, guys, get your asses over and order some 3D printed stuff. Fly High FPV. Let's run his generator out of gas. There it is in the chat. Get your ass over to his Instagram channel, give him a subscribe, and order some stuff from him. You know that you need something 3D printed, and his prints are beautiful, and his print files that he creates are really well designed. Way better than what you're going to find on Thingiverse. So throw a couple bucks his way, support somebody in FPV that's doing good stuff, making good products, and needs a hand right now because his fucking house got hit by a tornado, and that shit's crazy. Vern Kelk says, hope you're well, body and mind. Damn right I am, Vern. Hope you're well as well. Ugh. Well as well. Ugh. Jack Lenoir says, have you tried BL High 32, low PWM 30, I've not tried high PWM on 96. It doesn't give me the option to run the high PWM up that high. Also, you wouldn't want to run the low PWM on 48. You want to go low PWM all the way down to 24. High PWM on 96, I've heard a lot of issues with that. So I don't know if I'm ever going to go up to 96. I'm actually happy leaving all the PWM on 24, but being able to have the low on 24 and the high on 48 is totally fine. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to be going up to 96. I've just heard too many issues with that. Tiago says, a friend fried an ESC talking to me because it defaulted to 16 instead of 48. And this happened 1 year ago. Once again, people don't care enough about the hardware. Everyone thinks software does magic. Yeah, it's so true. Tiago, weren't you asking me the other day why I didn't go lower on the PWM than 24? What are you, trying to get me to blow my shit up? I see how it is. Well, now I'm definitely not going below 24. If you had a friend that fried an ESC going down to 16, screw that noise. Loon187 says, hey, I resemble that remark. What's up, Loon? How are you, man? YouTube just did the thing, going back up to find my place. Shameless FPV says, what's up? Happy Sunday. Is the Ripsqueak build running yet? What props are you running? Both of them are up. I haven't actually flown them yet. Props, I'm kind of all over the place. My favorites are the Gemfan Wind Dancer 3028s and the Emax Avan 3-inch props. Those are my two favorites. But I tend to, with a new build, I tend to run it on every single different prop option. To see if one of them magically mixes better with the frame and motor setup. So I'll be doing that on the Ripsqueaks when I do get them out and fly them a little bit. Bob Noxious says, I'm my own worst enemy, aren't we all? I would never blame someone for my own mistakes. Yeah, but with I guess that's in response to the new gear conversation. With brand new out-of-the-box gear, sometimes you have to blame somebody else. Rick Cepeda says the Baby Hawk R has a 20x20 in it. Awesome. Richard says, good point. When I flew my 3-inch on stock PIDs, it would get crazy vibes at full throttle blips. That's when I learned to scale down the throttle and play with tuning. Stock PIDs, I mean that's great, Richard, but always remember that stock PIDs should be fine. Like, if your motors, if your frame, if your propellers are all like good and within the normal sort of tuning window, stock PIDs should be absolutely fine. In my opinion, if stock PIDs are not working, you should fix the mechanical system first before putting band-aids on it in the tune. Mainly because putting band-aids on it in the tune, the total performance will never be as good as fixing the mechanical system, smoother running motors, more balanced propellers, a stiffer frame, for example. And I always go for rigs that fly really good. For me, like, just a rig flying is not enough. Like, and that's kind of what this Band-Aid approach is, right? Like if you build a rig and on stock PIDs it won't fly right, and you start putting Band-Aids on it, it's never gonna fly even as good as it did on stock PIDs, right? Like, I like if this is where a rig is gonna fly on stock PIDs, I want my rigs to fly up here. I want my rigs to fly better. If you build a rig on stock PIDs and it doesn't work right, and you start putting Band-Aids on it, it's gonna fly down here. This isn't even good enough. Like, stock PIDs for me isn't even good enough. So there's no way in hell I'm gonna fly a rig that's worse than stock PIDs. I want to go the other side of it. I want it to be better than stock PIDs. So always keep that in mind, right? Like, having to put these Band-Aids on, you're not gonna be able to then tune it up. Like, you're just gonna have a rig that's sloppy and doesn't fly all that well. In my opinion, you should figure out what's going on in the mechanical system, sell it on FPV Exchange, and put better parts on there. And that's something that I can help you out with on my Fiverr gig for speccing out your builds, or if you just scroll down and look at all the gear that I run, because, yeah, I run gear that will allow me to take stock PIDs and push them up so that the rig flies even better. Richard says, my motor temps were good, but I never found myself needing to be at full throttle often. Vern Kelk says, I have some Mamba 1404 5000, want to run 2.5-inch props on a Cinewoop thingy. What cell voltage / scale should I use in your opinion? Thanks, man. So 2.5-inch props on 5,000 kV motors, you're definitely going to want, well, if you want to build it into for a freestyle rig, 4S for sure. For a Cinewoop, where you're not going to be needing to do like big punch outs and you're potentially not going to need that much power, you could probably get away with 3S. But it's going to depend. If you start to load that Cinewoop down with like a heavy HD camera and heavy ducts and stuff like that, you might need to go back up to 4S to get enough power to comfortably haul that thing around. So yeah, 3S or 4S for sure. No throttle limiting, no throttle scaling. I need to do something about my nose. It is fucking killing me. I'm gonna go wash my hands. Here is... I'm gonna smash this computer into 1,000 pieces. Here's some flying from God knows where. Be right back. All right. Let's see how long that lasts. What else do we got in the chat here? Oh, YouTube did the thing. Now I need to find my spot. Thanks, YouTube. I'm gonna burn you. Guillermo Nespola says the camera has a clam band sticker. What camera, Guillermo? Mark Torgensen says, afternoon. Jack Lanois says, I need to modify the tune on my quads because the rates I use, max of 1,000 and 800 on yaw, always seem to have bounce back on the Betaflight default tune, even on new builds. The best way to beat bounce back, Jack, is to drop your iTerm relax down to a cutoff of 10. If at a cutoff of 10, you still have bounce back, it lasted like 3 minutes before my nose started fucking pouring again. If you still have bounce back and your cutoff is at 10, basically what that means is that it's not iTerm related bounce back. It is a lack of P-term. It is a lack of power, essentially, on whatever axis that might be. So you actually need to add more P gain and more D gain to take care of that bounce back. Because again, iTerm relax at a cutoff of 10 is going to kill any iTerm related bounce back, any iTerm wind up that could be possibly creating bounce back. So it rules out the iTerm, and the only other two terms are P and D, and you just need more. When you start adding, typically 5 points at a time to both P and D on whatever axis that is that you're getting the bounce back, make sure you keep a very close eye on motor temperature and just listen for the quad to sound dirtier or more oscillaty. That's your tuning window. If you get to the point where the motors are too hot or it starts to sound bad, you got to stop there. And at that point, you got to either add more filtering or just kind of deal with the bounce back. This is what the KISS guys. That's what KISS is. I mean, that's how you tune KISS. You get it to that point, and then you can never get rid of all the bounce back. At that point, you then have to just fly around it. Vic has a video about KISS, how to get rid of bounce back, and in the video, he basically goes, okay, so you just move your thumbs slower back to center, which, like, well, yeah. I mean, that's you. At that point, you no longer create bounce back, so, like, it has nothing to do with KISS at that point. It has to do with flying around bounce back. Betaflight has a lot of different ways to actually kill bounce back in the software so that you don't have to fly around it. That's really my favorite thing about Betaflight top to bottom, is that they have a lot of different specific things that are in there to handle specific bad flight behaviors so that as a pilot, you can just fly. You don't have to change your flying style because the flight software is 3+ years old. You can just smash the sticks around and the rig will work it out. But you have to tune it a little bit in order to do that. Luckily, there's about 1 million videos on YouTube how to tune Betaflight. So it's pretty easy. You just have to spend a couple of minutes. Or send me a couple bucks on Fiverr and I'll do it with you. And explain the whole process along the way. Oh, this is fucking murder, man. Richard says, it was the first flight on a new build, 1408 37 kV, so there's the problem. 1408s are terrible motors and they should be burned forever. 1408 motors are extremely notchy. It's also not a great motor size. An 8mm tall stator is just way too tall, especially when coupled with a 14mm wide stator, which is nowhere near tall enough. So the problem is almost certainly with those motors. Although, then you say on a 3-inch Gecko, so the frame resonance is an issue. Yeah, the Armatan frames have horrible frame resonance problems. So between the motors and the frame, I'm not surprised at all. I would bail on both of those. I would get onto a better frame and get onto a better motor. With those two things working against you, you can build like a race rig out of that, or like a top speed rig, but that's kind of about it. Those two things are really nasty mechanical components, and that's going to mean that the rest of that rig is just sort of crippled, and you're going to spend an awful, and I'm guilty of this. I've wasted hundreds of hours probably at this point trying to make those motors and weak frames like the Armatan frames work, and if I couldn't do it, why would you be able to, kind of thing, right? If you are able to do it, awesome. Let me know, teach me. But yeah, I've pissed away a lot of hours trying to make that work, and I don't know, people like Crunked who have never built rigs like that, they always call me out when I have this conversation and say like that I just don't know what the hell I'm talking about, which is always kind of interesting. But yeah, I've yet to see him or anybody be able to make anything like that work and actually produce footage. It's up to this point, it's always just, Ciotti, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I could do that in my sleep. And then me saying like, well, let's see it. And then crickets. So yeah. But like I said, Richard, if you can pull it off, man, I'll pay you to teach me, because I've spent many, many years and many, many, many hours trying to make that work. And I've talked to all the smartest people that I've been able to find, Ryan Harrell, Mark Spatz. I've befriended all of these people, Joshua Bardwell. I've watched Joshua Bardwell's PID tuning masterclass probably about a dozen times all the way through, and it's like 10 hours worth of video. Like I've done a lot of work, and yeah, to no avail. So maybe I'm just dumb. I mean, I know that I'm pretty dumb, but I doubt that's what it is, because I'm not that dumb. Like I'm at least I'm somewhat intelligent, I think. Maybe not. Slide by FPV says, is it a laptop that you are running everything on? I might have a desktop to donate to you that might be able to run better. I think you said you run an old computer. At the moment, I'm on a 12-year-old Mac Tower, Pro Tower. I have a 6-year-old laptop here that's quite a bit faster, but I'm waiting on, I'm saving up the money for a 4-bay hard drive enclosure thing that I need to be able to get. I've got like 15 terabytes worth of hard drives in the tower, and I can't really afford to buy all new hard drives. So yeah, I'm saving up for this $120 enclosure that should then allow me to move over to the laptop, and yeah, should run a little bit better. But I appreciate it, Slide by. I appreciate the offer, man. Slide by also says, allergies are bad. Mine are acting up today. Took 2 allergy pills and nose spray already. Oh, you know what? The my allergies are not nuts because of the cat. They're nuts because of the pollen. Because here in Georgia, all the trees have started having sex, and they're turning green outside. And there is a big ass coating of yesterday. I have a black chair, a really cool like mid-century mod black fake leather chair outside, and it was fucking yellow top to bottom yesterday, and I had to wipe it off a couple times. C. Young with a $20 super chat. Dude, very generous. Very, very cool of you. Thank you, brother. Thank you. He says, have you played with BL Heli Variable PWM? Just turned it on and haven't flown it yet. I heard turn it off. I heard turn off thrust linear. Anything else I should change? C. Young, I've got a video or a live stream from 3 or 4 days ago where I turn it on and show you guys how to turn it on, how to set it. And then the next day, I have some flight footage on my live stream showing the difference that it made and showing how much better the throttle chop bobbles are. And in both of those live streams, we talked about it quite a bit. It's real. It works really well. I'm kind of shocked at how well it works, to be honest with you. Yeah, do it. It's really, really good. It's man, I've been waiting for that for a long time. My God. Whew. Really, really nice. Jeremiah Davis says, please take some Benadryl. Jeremiah, don't tell me how to live my life. And I don't have any Benadryl. And if I took some Benadryl, within about 15 minutes, I would be asleep. And yeah, I don't necessarily know if you guys want to watch me snore. But mainly, don't tell me how to run my life, Devil Woman. Who knows what movie that's from? Bars FPV says, I joined the raffle, I mean Patreon. Shh, not allowed to do raffles. Not supposed to do raffles. I'm assuming Jeremiah Davis is getting frustrated with me scratching my nose. Sorry. Maybe just listen to the audio, I guess. This is pretty normal for me to scratch my nose a lot. Usually, I will. The kitten will come in and I'll scratch him by accident with my left hand. And what I've realized lately is, like, in my life, I've always been allergic to cats, but I've always had cats because they're the best and it's worth it. What I realize is, in my life, I've been able to only scratch cats and dogs. I'm also allergic to dogs. I've been able to force myself, there it is, good on you, slide by, to scratch cats and dogs with my left hand and then touch my face with my right hand. Many years of having allergies, I've developed that ability. When I live stream, my right hand is on the mouse all the time, and my left hand is always free. So I have a tendency to scratch my face during the streams with my left hand. So usually it's cat allergies, but today it's tree sex allergies. Back to the bench. C. Young, thanks again, dude. Super generous super chat on that. That is very cool of you. Very cool of you. So we got to take these front arms off. In the process, I also need to, I don't need to, but I'm going to. I have a separate, these dead cat arms, as you can see, are a lot shorter. So I have a separate set of these stators that I solder up so that to manage the wire length here. So we actually need to kick the soldering iron on in a minute. But that's okay. Let's get this top plate removed first, because we're gonna also need to. We're also swapping this camera out, so we need to get in there and get to the camera. I think I'm gonna need to swap out the plug header, so I might even need to solder a different plug header on. I don't know what the fuck is going on outside, but it sounds like that episode of It's Always Sunny where Cricket gets his legs broken from the mafia, and then at the end of the episode he's in the street banging on, with two broken legs, banging on aluminum garbage cans with timpani mallets. That's what it sounds like outside of my apartment right now. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I'm starting to get a little frustrated by it. So let's see. If it continues, I might go full old man mode and yell at some children. Because I'm sure it's children related. Since, loud things always are. Let me also, there's one standoff on here that's black and all the rest are purple. And man, it's been driving me fucking crazy, so we are going to fix that as well. And this standoff is actually very loose. You guys ready for me to go full on get off my lawn old man mode? Because it's getting worse out there. The situation is not improving outside. And I just, there's a level of noise that I can put up with, and then there's what's going on right now. So, alright, cool. The standoff is also very loose, which is interesting. T-Bird FPV with a $25 super chat. Damn! He says, my Jeep was yellow when I was leaving yesterday. Luckily, I had a rainstorm. Thanks for all the help yesterday. You are certainly welcome, T-Bird. T-Bird hired me over on Fiverr to do some flight instruction with him, and we had a really good session yesterday. He had some he made some really good progress. The big thing that we were working on is, I guess you could sort of call it confidence, If you find yourself like kind of backing out of moves and kind of like when you come towards a gap, like you have a tendency to like left right left right left right. That's really what we worked on, and he really improved, and it was really cool to see the things that I was kind of showing him and teaching him like just take hold immediately. That's one of the things I love about instruction. Certain students pick stuff up really fast, and like it kind of pisses me off because I'll be like, "Fuck, man, it took me forever to learn that." But at the same time, you know, like a millisecond after that thought, I'm just like, "What are you, nuts? Don't be nuts, dude. Be less nuts, bro." So yeah, that was super fun. Thanks again for the super chat, T-Bird. That's very, very cool of you. Seyoung says, Afrin, LOL. Hey, so did you guys know, I just recently learned this. Well, let me ask you in the chat. Type yes or no in the chat to the answer to this question. So like Afrin, you know, and all these nose sprays, type yes or no. Are nose sprays addictive? Yes or no? Type that into the chat. Don't look it up on Google, just your current understanding. Are the nose sprays addictive? Don't type yes or no. Type one or the other. Keep going. More people. Are they addictive? Yes or no? I can't say. No matter what, everything I'm about to say is gonna ruin it. So I'm just gonna shut up and let as many of you guys reply as possible. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Although even saying that is kind of a clue. So everybody says yes. I recently read, there we go, Joey Whitaker says not pharmacologically. Yeah, so they're not. Apparently they're not. I believe that they're like mentally addictive, in the same way that weed is mentally addictive, right? Like you get mentally addicted to the way that weed makes you feel. But my apparently it was like a big, no. Apparently they used to put, I think it was cocaine in those fucking nose sprays, so that it's this big, false, not rumor, but you know, like sometimes there's, we like know these things that were true in like the 60s, but yeah, they don't put cocaine in the nose sprays anymore, unfortunately. And yeah, they're not really addictive. But yeah, I mean, you could call Advil addictive by that same token, right? Like you could say, oh, when I have aches and pains, I take Advil. Urban myth, that's it. Thank you, Frank. Urban myth, that's it. Yep. I thought that was kind of cool. I just recently, much like you guys, I always stayed away from those nose sprays because I heard that from someone that, you know, made me believe that that they were chemically addictive, and apparently they're not. So yeah, don't demonize nose sprays anymore, I guess is the long and short of it. And maybe even use one. I don't. They get like all up. I can't use the damn thing, so I mean I'm not invested in this at all. But yeah, kind of interesting. Now you guys can all go look it up and drop the actual knowledge in the chat. But I just thought that was interesting that I recently learned that. All right. So we got to do a bunch here. I gotta desolder these motors. I gotta grab these new, or the not new, but the other stators. See, look how much longer the wires are on this stator. See that? So yeah, it just makes the wire management a lot easier to run these stators here. Tiago says the one I use, it's not addiction. But if you take long periods, your nose will run if you don't use. This was said by several doctors. That's interesting. I'm just sad that they don't put cocaína in it anymore. Halfboard says, I'm on a new medication, finally don't crave weed like I used to. Addiction is a complicated thing with lots of factors. My God, is it ever? Cool Coyote says, how tall are those standoffs? They are 15 millimeters. And then Tiago says, is a physical dependency. You need it. Yeah, big difference between physical dependency and addiction, and a lot of gray area up in there as well. Okay, so what do I have in the way of... Do I have two glide arms that are the same thickness is the question. So these are definitely not the exact same thickness. So I'm not going to run these. I think I'm going to have to run the new style glide arm on this rig. Yeah, cool. I've whittled all the glide arms down to the point where I don't have any of the old school ones that match anymore. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so let's desolder these motors, and then I'll unscrew the motors from the arms, and then I'll remove the arms. I think that's the smartest way to dig in here and get this knocked out. And then when I'm done putting this thing back together, we'll hop into Velocidrone and do some lead follow. Since we got a full house in here now. 68 people? Yeah. That sounds good. Okay, so again, I'm just removing these stators because I have another set. I have millions of these F40 Pro 2 stators. So it's just easier for me to have a separate set of these stators for these short dead cat arms, and then a longer set of these stators for the regular True X arms. Okay. All right. There we go. And then let's get these little shorty boys off of here. I'm considering building a... I have an old gloss glide. Do any of you guys remember the very short run of gloss glides that Bob had made? Well, I've got one. It's gorgeous, and I'm thinking of throwing that together. I also have gloss dead cat arms for it. I'm thinking of throwing that build together and leaving the dead cat arms on there so I don't have to constantly swap back and forth on these dead cat arms every time I want to run low camera angle. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. It on one hand it seems a little excessive, but on the other hand, like, this is annoying. Like, this is annoying to have to do this. The electronics aren't that expensive. I mean, I have all the electronics that I need. It's one of the things I love about analog builds is that they're cheap. So, like, I can throw the build together. I have what I need. And then it would just be cool to have that as, like, the cinema build. But, I don't know, it just seems a little excessive. This isn't that much work to have to swap these arms off and on. I don't know. Right now, I should probably... like, having two identical glides is great. But, like, when I wanted, like, this camera testing, like, it's going to be really nice to have this third one. Because then it's not just AB, it's ABC, and, like, that kind of helps out. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to balance, like, excess with trying to get testing done as quickly and easily as possible. You know? So I don't really know what the right answer is. Do not know what the answer is. T-Bird says, anybody have a suggestion for a gaming chair? I actually do. My suggestion is to not buy a gaming chair. The gaming chairs, the dirty little secret apparently of the gaming chairs, and I can speak to this because I've spent a lot of time in race seats, in race cars. The gaming chairs are just like knockoff racing seats from race cars, and racing seats in race cars are not really good for your back. They're good for holding you in laterally when you get lateral left and right G-forces, which when you're gaming you don't get. And they're also good when you smash into or are smashed into by another car, which when you're gaming you also don't get. So yeah, I don't think gaming chairs are a great idea unless you're going to put them in a car. But that's just my take. Somebody who's spent a lot of time in the seats that those gaming chairs are modeled after. Desk chair, I mean, you know, desk chairs are, when you're gaming, you're sitting at a desk, so to me, a desk chair is a really good option. Slash the right option. These arms are going to go back in the thing, but if you want to look cool in a live stream, I guess you should get a gaming chair, because that's what all the cool people will be sitting in. But I don't know. I think all those people are going to have back problems, because like when I had a racing seat, and it was a pretty comfortable racing seat. It was a Cobra Daytona, a $600 racing seat. In my Mustang Cobra, when I would go on long trips, my back would be fucking wrecked, man. Like it. But then on the racetrack, it was beautiful. I absolutely loved it. But yeah, if I drove the car for like 6+ hours, my back would just be a wreck. So there's my 2 cents. Spend it on whatever you'd like. Mr. Tux says, can I post a link regarding gaming chairs? For sure, Mr. Tux. You're a mod. You can do that. SSTFPV says, I haven't been listening to Ciotti at all. What are we doing to that poor quad? I'm taking it from cinema mode back to freestyle mode, basically. Cool Coyote says, how did you get an FPV camera to fit in your build with that short of standoffs? Nano cams, Cool Coyote. Nano cams are the answer. They're roughly 10 grams lighter than micro cams, and you can run them in 15 mil standoffs. And they work really well. I don't really see any difference in quality between this and the micro cams, which is kind of nuts. But I need to figure out which of these. I haven't picked a nano cam yet, so that's what I'm sort of working on here. Is I've eliminated the Runcam Phoenix because it's a little bit too big, and I've eliminated this Cadix Baby Ratel because every single time I fly this rig, which is identical to the other rigs with this camera, I just kind of fly like shit. So something about this camera is not vibing with me. So I've eliminated these two. And I have a couple more to test. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. Baby Ratel 2. Not the nano cam for me. Maybe it's the nano cam for you, but it's not the one for me. Fuck you, nose. Fuck you. Hold on, let me turn the air conditioning on in here, because that'll filter the air a little bit. Here's another little bit of fun. Fuck you, computer. Come on, man. I'm asking. I just want to go. Woosah, motherfuckers. Woosah. so sad that I only got to fly those pipes once. What's happening here? There we go, that's better. Yeah, I only got to fly those pipes once. I wish I could have flown that more. That was super cool. Tiago says, did you like the colors of the Predator? I'm not really sure, to be honest. I don't really pay much attention to like the color profile of the camera. All I really care about with the camera is like basically, do I fly well? Like does it show me scraggle? Like how often do I crash? See, that was the thing with the Cadix, is that like I would just crash constantly. Whereas when I would fly with the Predator Nano V4, I wouldn't crash and I would just fly better. So like I don't really care what the colors look like, as long as it like shows me scraggle, as long as it doesn't have any like weird fisheyiness, or just, I don't know. Yeah, it's just whatever it takes for me to fly better, basically. Yeah. Shameless says, 100% yes, the whole gaming chair thing is a scam. Basically, low quality design to look cool but no support. Watch Gamer Nexus reviews. Richard says, there's a video on TBS Lounge today with a quad connected with the yaw articulating chair. Guy sitting in it with the goggles while his buddy was flying. That's ridiculous. Slide by FPV says, best bang for the buck 1S packs for the Mobula 6. I have no idea on bang for the buck, slide by. The Newbie Gold $7 per batteries are so good that I actually don't care about bang for the buck anymore. Like they are that good where I'm willing to spend $7 per on them because the performance is just outrageous. So yeah, I'm not the guy to ask about bang for the buck 1S batteries because I've been just completely ruined by how much better the Newbie Golds are performance-wise than any of the other options. So unfortunately, I'm super biased there. All right, here we go. But I mean, I will say this: I also don't fly Tiny Whoop often enough where like I'm going through batteries and having the batteries fail to really need to worry about the price. So yeah, it's I buy them. I'm trying to lift a big fat ass Insta360 Go with them. So like for my usage, all that matters is performance, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm just not the right guy to ask about budget Tiny Whoop batteries. I have a different set of sort of requirements that encourage the most expensive ones. All that being said, if you haven't tried one of those batteries yet, it is really worth $7. Although, fair warning, you're probably never going to buy another 1S battery because they're just ridiculously good. They're just too good. 1 and 2. True X front arms. Going on to the freestyle glide. Alexander FPV says, what was your Talon battery recommendation? I mean, on my 5-inch rigs, I like their 1150, I think it is. But I've bought a bunch of the Talon batteries, and they're all really good. So I've been pretty blown away by the quality of their batteries. So any of the Talon batteries, I think you're going to be really, really happy with. I mean, I know you're going to be really happy with. So I might be having issues with these magical press nuts, potentially. Maybe not, but I don't know. This is the second. Oh no, this is the same press nut. That's right. Yeah, this is the same press nut that. And this base plate is broken, so typically once my base plates start to get broken in the front here, this is the old school Glide base plate. The new base plates are much more sturdy in this one specific spot. once my glide base plates start to get broken, that pretty much always means that the press nuts have been in and out and in and out and in and out a bunch of times. So it could just be that. But what's cool about these press nuts is, even though this one keeps popping out, once I put this in and I crank this screw down, it reburies the press nut. And yeah, it's only like a pain in the ass for like a split second when I'm re-screwing this arm in. That's what I really like about these press nuts that Bob uses, is that they like thread themselves into the carbon. Like and the harder you crank the hardware down, the harder they thread themselves in. It's like the perfect situation. And I've yet to have one strip the carbon out. So I really like them. They're better than, it basically makes them better than like all the other press nuts and just using nylock nuts in kind of every way. They're quicker, they're easier, and they're stronger. I've had those nylock nuts strip out on me before. This is the main reason that I like these hex standoffs. I can just come in here with a little wrench on the standoff and tighten it up, instead of having to struggle with the under the arm screw. And I can also hold the standoff with a wrench, and then push the and pull the press nut down into the top plate, which I don't always need to do, but every once in a while, like if I put a fresh arm on, the screw will thread into the carbon of the arm, and that will make the press nut, or the standoff, not super tight against the base plate from the top. So this is the little microphone on here. I'm going to throw a wee little standoff on it just to make sure, or a zip tie rather, on it just to make sure that it stays in place. It's got VHB on the back, but this just kind of makes me feel a little bit better. Wait, no, I want to go the other way. There we go. I'll go that way. Air conditioning is now on, filtering the air in here, and I closed the door as well. So, in theory, my allergies will chill the F out in a minute. I kind of feel like they already are. Alright, so let's get this pushed down a little bit. That's the ticket. That's the stuff. Okay, so that mic is now secure. I pretty much never fly with headphones on because I never really fly situations where it's where it's really loud out. But I have it. If I need it, it's there. If not, that's fine too. It's one of the things I really like about the Immersion RC Tramp, is that it is set up to use. It has a specific input for smart audio and then a separate input for regular audio. So you can put mics on all your stuff, and if you're flying a situation that's really loud, like a drift event, for example, you can use audio, which will make a huge difference in your flying. Being able to hear your motors wind up and down really helps, because when you move the throttle up and down, your visual barely changes. So if you only move the throttle up a little bit and you have no audible cue that you've done that, it's easy to kind of think, come on, man, what the fuck? It's easy to think that you didn't move the throttle up, and then you'll have a tendency to move the throttle up a little bit more, and now you've moved the throttle up too much, and then you'll move the throttle back down, and then you'll have this bobble that happens on your elevation, and it's usually pretty subtle, but I'm always chasing that last like 1%, and this is a part of that last 1%. But the one local guy that like manages, he doesn't actually do anything, the drone pilots at the local drift events, he decided to apparently he thinks that he's my boss, even though he couldn't be any further from my boss if he tried. And he's for some reason like targeted me and has banned me from flying their events, which is very strange. Really weird situation. Really kooky guy. Really strange person. But it is what it is. I flew a bunch of those events. There are plenty of other plenty of other groups that do drift events that I can link up with. It's a really weird situation. Very strange. People are people that don't have any power really do some strange things to try to get a little bit of power over other people. It's very odd. Very odd. But hey, what are you gonna do? So this is the 1.8 millimeter lens. This is the full weather. I don't think this is the night version. The only thing that I don't like about this camera is how short it is. See how short that is? I think I get a little bit of standoff in view. We'll confirm that when I get this thing up in the air. What I do like is that the wires are direct soldered to the PCB here. There's no big dumbass plug on it, so that's really good. So yeah, some goods, some bads. All right, let's go in here and get this thing screwed down. This went quicker than I thought. Which is good. Come on. Come on. Get up in there. Nope. Okay. I shouldn't have done this side first. I should have done the other side first. Alright, there we go. And scooch forward, little camera, please. Try to not cross-thread this. Hey, there we go. All right, that's better. Okay. And now, that's the stuff right there. That's the ticket. There we are. Okay, so there's not going to be standoffs in view. I was wrong. This camera's looking pretty good in here. All right. I'll be interested to see how this Toothless 2 is compared to the Predator. I haven't really like read the specs on the two of them, but to my knowledge, I believe the Predator is basically like their racing, their camera that's geared towards racing, and then maybe this Toothless is more for freestyle, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care what the camera is for. If when I fly it, I crash less and I'm more confident, that's all that really matters. If that comes from lower latency, great. If that comes from less fisheye, great. If that comes from a nosebleed, kind of annoying, but I'm fine with it. So what I'm doing now is I'm just trying to like manage these wires. There's a little bit of extra wire length here, so I'm just looping them back around the ESC header, and that way there's no chance of these wires getting like blown out into the props and chopped or anything weird like that. So always try to, if you have a situation where there's extra wire and there's any chance of that wire getting out into the propellers, either cut that wire off, or in this case, because it's direct soldered, that would be a total pain in the balls. Figure out a way to manage those wires so that there's no chance of it getting pulled out into the propellers, because that is not something that you want to be dealing with. All right, that looks pretty good. That should be absolutely fine there. Let's get these motors soldered back on, and we'll throw a couple screws in, throw the top plate down on here, and we can do some Velocidroning. What do you think of that? Alexander FPV says, thanks, you are certainly welcome. Oh wow, I'm way behind. Okay. Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Scott Gilden says, talent, LOLJK. I forget what we were talking about, Scott. Damn it. Finn FPV says, I think the Predators are lower latency. Yeah, I think so too. Alexander FPV says, thanks. Bob Noxious says, right before the stream, it lost video, and I thought it was in one place and found I was actually in the neighbor's pool. Oh, God. On the cover in a puddle. That sucks, dude. Although it's fresh water, so once it dries out, it should be totally fine. Alexander FPV says, how can the Talon 1250 weigh 238 and the 1150 weigh 171? That is insanely light if correct. Yeah, the 1150 definitely does weigh 171. Different batteries use different chemistries, and different chemistries weigh different amounts. So yeah, I basically buy batteries by their weight. I'm always looking for my 5-inch batteries to be like between 160 and 170 grams. Michael Blade says he's probably intimidated by you. He doesn't really fly though, so I guess he technically flies. I don't know. He's just a fucking weird dude, man. T-Bird says, what was his reasoning for banning you? He didn't like that somebody asked to pay me to get footage of his son driving, and I said, okay. That was apparently totally not okay with him. And then he just went on this fucking tirade. Look at this tirade, man. Look at this shit that I had to deal with this lunatic. Alright, ready? Look at this nonsense. Come on. Wait, no. Yeah, tell me this guy's not fucking an actual crazy person. Look at this shit. I don't know if you guys probably can't read that, but this is what I'm dealing with. I don't know, man. I thought we were friends, but then this happened, and I was like, oh, okay. Off the reservation, whatever. It's fine. People want to act like lunatics. They're welcome to, I guess. I don't surround myself with people like that. Especially people who are not my boss, who a bunch of us that have flown those events for free, actually less than free. He hasn't even. We asked him if so, you know, we're making all these edits and then putting this Drift Group's logo on them and shit, right? Like amazing marketing material. So we asked him, like, hey, can you have the organizers at least let us in for free? And that didn't happen. And then we said, hey, we keep getting run over by cars and losing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars in gear. Can you at least ask them to let us fly from up closer to the starting line, so that if we go down, we can ask them to stop the start, which like every other drift group allows? And he didn't do that either. So like the dude literally did nothing that we asked, and yet still thinks he's our boss. Very, very weird, man. Very, very, very strange situation. So I'm, all things considered, I'm kind of happy to not be involved with that anymore. I mean, like I'll work for free, but I won't work for free while being shit on. You know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna work for free, you at least got to be cool. You can't talk to me like that and then expect me to work for free. That's not how it goes. So very strange. Very, very strange. But I'm sure that I'm the asshole. You know what I mean? I'm sure I did the wrong thing, and I was the piece of shit. As I always am. Am I right? You guys know. You guys know. You guys know my deep and dirty secrets. I don't know. Very weird. Very, very weird situation. But it's cool. They won't get any more free marketing material. Sucks to be you! Alright, there we go. Alexander FPV says, good to know. I haven't placed my order yet. Glad I caught your stream today. Halfboard says, is this the guy mad about not answering him? No. What guy is mad about me not answering him? How many fucking people am I making mad? Jesus. No, this guy was mad that, I mean, you could probably read it. You probably read it there, but he was mad that I was answering him. He apparently wanted me to just not speak and just, he wanted to just shit all over me. Which is interesting. He's a young guy too. You know, I'm fucking turning 40 next month. Like, I don't got time for little like 20-year-old douches that want to try to throw their lack of power around. You know, like I've been there, man. I'm not into that small dick energy anymore. Sorry. Not my thing anymore. Been there. Tried to boss people around when I was in my 20s. Ended up thinking about it and realizing what a douchebag I was being. Never did it again. Is what it is. Moving on in life. It's there's a scene in A Bronx Tale where Colageno lends a kid $20, and then the kid avoids him and keeps avoiding him to not pay him back. And Sonny says to him, and the kid tells Sonny how pissed off he is about it. And Sonny says, man, that is the cheapest you will ever get off, having a shitty person like that out of your life. And I'll never forget that. It helps that I did get to meet Chaz Palmentero when I was in college in one of my film classes, and he told that story because that's actually a story that really happened to him in his life. And yeah, I try my best to kind of like live by that, you know, like absolutely no reason to let people that are willing to do shit like that take up space in your life, you know? It's just like, and it feels bad on one hand because it's like, oh, I want to give people, you know, another chance. Maybe he was just having a bad day. But like, yeah, no, that's not it. You gotta kind of like trust your gut, you know, and just be like, no, that wasn't it. That's not a person that gets to be in my life. Sucks for them, not for me. The sooner that those people can remove themselves from my life, the better. And yeah, it takes a little bit of. Gotta kind of like it kind of feels like I'm being a dick in a way, you know what I mean? But sometimes you just gotta be a dick, I guess. Ah, shit! I gotta figure out a foam pad solution on here. That's fine. I've kind of forgot about that before I put this guy on, but maybe I'll do foam pads out on the arms now that I have the magical Impulse RC foam. I think I might start putting it out on the ends of the arm. Michael Blade says, great analogy. Ramdongo says, 20 quid well spent. Bob Noxious says, closing in on 50 myself, and I certainly feel you. Yeah, it's interesting to... aging is interesting. It's, on one hand, it's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But on the other hand, it's like, man, like... just have these moments of like wisdom, like kind of, you know, like, and like wisdom that's just come from like being through the shit and for a while. Like you can read stuff all the hell you want and you can like look up life hacks and all these things, but like there's something that just comes with having been alive for a while. And like having made mistakes and having met people, you know, having like met the wrong people and like learning how to identify it and like being screwed over a bunch of times in a row, and then having like the self-preservation to be like, nope, not fucking gonna do it, not gonna do that again, made that mistake, not gonna repeat it. And like, I hate to pick on, you know, people in their 20s, but like, I was an asshole in my 20s, straight up. Like, I wasn't that much of an asshole, but like, so I was, you know, I wasn't great in my 20s. Fuck, I'm about to be not great in my 40s, but I'm a little bit better, at least, so got that going for me. Where did all that solder go? There it is. Where'd all that solder go? I just pissed off all the people in Europe. Sorry, guys. Promise I won't pronounce the L anymore until I do it again. And then I'll just make another hollow promise. Alright. 1, 2, number 3. Holding the soldering iron as flat against the table as I possibly can to get the maximum contact patch. The tip of this soldering iron is relatively oxidized right now, so I'm just being very stubborn. I'll be less stubborn and tin the tip a little bit off camera. I've left this soldering iron on overnight one too many times, I think. I think I might actually replace this tip one of these days. I've had it for a little over a year, so that's a pretty good run. I've probably left it on overnight at least a dozen times, and like, if there's there's anything that you can do to fuck up a soldering iron tip, it's that. This Weller does drop its temperature down to 360, but still, it's just a really bad thing to do. Every time I use this little tip reconditioner, though, it's totally fine for a while. So, and I have a ton of this left. I just get very lazy about actually unscrewing the lid to the damn thing, which is just silly, but hey, I know every single one of you knows exactly what I'm talking about. I don't want to do it right, I just want to do it quick. There's a chance that one bridged. I don't think it actually did, but let me take a quick look. Nah, totally fine. Optical illusion. Alright, so we're good there. Let's get a couple motor screws in here, and we can get this thing rolling here. Scott Gillen says, you have to evaluate the people in your life. If they aren't helping you, they are hurting you. Dump them. Yeah, it's so true, man. Bob Noxious says, we ain't got that much time left. Yeah, right. Ain't got time for that. What else do we have going on? Mr. Tuck says, speaking of soldering iron, I recently got myself a pretty nice soldering station, and wow, what a difference that makes compared to the 20-year-old non-temperature controlled iron. LOL. Yeah, I had the same situation. I was using a soldering iron on the stream as well that was like very old and very cheap, and it was temperature controlled, but just barely. Like it was just a dial. Like it wasn't an actual thermocouple in the tip of the iron to like actually read the temperature. And then when I got this Weller 1010, it was like, oh, oh, so it actually holds its temperature? It doesn't just go to a temperature and put that much current in it? Oh, that's pretty cool. Just burned myself. That's okay. What do I expect when pointing a fucking torch directly at my finger? And cool. Ooh, I got myself good. Yeah, I knew eventually I would do that. I was wondering how I hadn't burned myself being so cavalier with pointing the torch directly at my fingers holding on to VHB. But it didn't leave a mark, so it can't be that bad. Come on. Get in there. Get in there and grab that wrap strap. There we go. Cool, and this is gonna hold this arm down nice and solid. Move it up here, and we are good to go. Okay, let's put the third screw in each one of these front arms, which is a titanium screw because I am tempting the devil. Actually, no, I'm not gonna put these titaniums in here because I'm not running the arm protectors, and I want these rigs to be as similar as possible. So I'm going to put a little bit of a heavier screw in the front here to try to just minimize that that little bit of weight difference. And let's use these two guys in here. I think these are the right length, right? Yeah, sure enough. So I always go on the front and the front. I only run 3 screws per arm because the majority of the collisions happen from the front and from the side rather than from the back. So those are the 3 screws that I run. I'm going to show you in 1 second. So these are the 3 screws that I run, and I have yet to bend a stator base. When I tried running only 2 screws, I bent quite a few stator bases. Basically, this is the front of the rig. All of the collisions are going to happen. Let me do it with my left hand. All the collisions are going to happen like this, and that screw is going to be nice and strong, or the collisions are going to happen like this, and that screw is going to be strong, or the collision is going to happen like this, and that screw is going to be nice and strong. Pretty much never, ever, ever does this motor get hit in this direction, but if this motor does get hit in this direction, this it'll ruin the stator. It'll pull the stator base up. I have a million of these stators, so I could probably get away with only running 2, but I hate fixing stuff. I would rather run 1 extra screw and not have to fix it and take the 1 point something gram weight penalty. There we go. Let's pop these bells off. We'll swap the bells onto those, throw the top plate back on now that we've got the Fox Ear Toothless in here, and we'll be good to go. I think I'm going to put a little bit of Loctite on this screw because it was starting to back out. There we go. There's one. So I'm going to put these motors with these dead cat arms, and I'm even going to put a screw into these guys so that they're ready to go, because otherwise I'm not going to remember what those stators are for. Again, these are specific stators for those arms because those arms are a little bit shorter, and these stators have a little bit less wire on them. This motor screw here has a bunch of Loctite residue already on it, so it was not backing out. So I'm going to put that one directly in right now, and then we'll be good to go. Gear on there. There we go. All right, so this one can go right in because it's got a bunch of Loctite on it already. And these are OG 5-inch motors, so they do not have the O-ring in between the stator and the bell. So I have to play this game of install the screw, spin the motor. This is not spinning quite freely enough. You want it to freewheel a little bit more than this. So now I've got to back this motor screw out just a little bit. And now I've got to spin it again. Now that's what you want. That's the amount of extra spinning that you want. And then I'll typically just back it out a little bit more, just to make sure it'll spin totally free. And then to really check it, you're going to pull up and down and make sure that you can't feel it moving up and down on the stator. And that's how you dial the motors perfectly in. If you have a motor from the last year or so, you'll notice that there's a there's a little green O-ring between the motor and the stator. With those motors, you can just crank these motor bell screws down as hard as you can. They're designed to work like that. This little guy, though, let me put a tiny little bit of Loctite on it. That's the other nice thing about the new motors, is that with that setup, you can crank these motor screws down really hard and you don't have to worry about Loctiting them. But we are going old school with this one, so a little bit of Loctite on here and we will be good to go. Now, once you have Loctite on this motor screw, you got to be careful because you can't get this Loctite on the bearing. So take your time, put this in there nice and gently and accurately, because you do not want to get that Loctite on the bearing. You want to make sure you get this directly in there and good to go. One of those things. Just take a second. I also, with the Loctite, I like to screw it in and then back it out, just to make sure that the Loctite gets all over all the threads. And then send it back in. Fully tightened. Well, that's actually not bad. I'm going to back it out ever so slightly, though. I could probably run it fully tightened here, but let's just back it out a little bit. And that's a little bit better. And then I'll just back it out a tiny little bit more. Pull it up and down. There's no motion. Nice and free spinning. Good to go. In the chat, Dauntless FPV says, I have the Toothless 2 Nano in my 2-inch and it's amazing. Yeah, I have one in the budget rig and then I have another one in the Beta 85 and I'm pretty impressed by them. But I don't know, this Predator is kind of impressing me. Scott Gillen says, what's wrong with TI screws? The biggest problem is that the screw heads strip out all the time. That's the thing that really kills me. People keep saying they're not good to use on a quad. They're great on all my other RC cars, boats, etc. So when people say that they're not great on quads, typically what they're referring to is that they would rather have stainless steel screws bend versus titanium screws, which they'll just break. What those people don't realize is that titanium screws are stronger, so they'll put up with more abuse before they break. We deal with shock loads. You know, we hit cement and like it with carbon that's very hard. So we generate these like instantaneous shocks, and those instantaneous shocks do a really good job at breaking brittle titanium. So you can definitely make a case that stainless steel is better because it'll bend a little bit more, it'll be a little bit more malleable in those really high shock load sort of situations. But you can also argue that once the stainless steel screws are bent, you got to kind of replace them anyway. I will run stainless steel screws that are relatively bent. Like, I won't replace them right away. I probably wait a little bit longer than I should, but yeah, I kind of see both sides of it. The biggest problem with the titanium screws, though, for me, is that the heads strip out. And then that just creates a big bunch of work that I really don't want to be doing. So I mix it up. Sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't. If I have a whole bunch of titanium hardware that just kind of sits here, and it ain't cheap. So like sometimes I'll look at it and I'll feel bad that I wasted the money, and then I'll start using it, and then I'll break a couple of them and I'll go, oh, fuck, okay, and then I'll stop using them for a while, and then I'll look back over at them and remember how much money I spent, and then I'll start using them again. So I kind of bounce back and forth in this pretty annoying way with it. But yeah, I don't know. It's I try to. There's only a couple spots where I do use it. Spots that don't typically suffer big amounts of energy being dumped into it. So I kind of approach it realistically, but it's probably a lot smarter to just not run it, because yeah, we just deal with big shock loads, and big shock loads are not where titanium hardware performs all that well. So the people that say not to use it are not wrong, but if you spend enough time really thinking about it and really crashing a lot and paying attention to what screws bend and what screws don't, there are some locations where you can run titanium hardware that and sort of get away with it. Namely, the stack, your stack mounting screws. That is a great place to run titanium, because it just typically doesn't take. The electronics that we run are not all that heavy, so they don't take huge amounts of energy, even in really horrendous crashes. You can almost get away with running aluminum, but you can't. Aluminum will break. That's holding the ESC or just the ESC. I don't think I've ever broken aluminum hardware on the flight controller, although I don't typically run aluminum hardware. Titanium is the lightest that I'm willing to go. Aluminum is a little bit lighter than titanium, but it's a lot less strong. So yeah, I've definitely not had any luck with any aluminum hardware anywhere, really. So I definitely don't recommend that. You can always tell aluminum hardware by if it's anodized bright colors. Titanium is always like a dull kind of silver, and then you can flame treat. I have a video or two about how to flame treat titanium to change it into like a purple or a blue or a brown color, which is kind of fun to do. And then stainless steel hardware is either like a dull silver or a black. Usually it'll be black. All right, so we're almost done. Let's throw this GoPro mount on. Let's throw these foam pads on, and then we'll dive into Velocidrone and do some lead follow nonsense. Somehow I'm starting to get hungry. Not somehow. It's because I'm being more physically active. You guys are getting to see me. So this year, now that I'm doing daily meditation, daily yoga, daily push-ups, daily pull-ups, you guys are getting to see my metabolism on full fucking tilt. One of the reasons in my life, one of the reasons I'm so skinny, and always have been, is that every single time in my life that I have started to go to the gym and work out and be physically active, as it does, like I already have my metabolism is already kind of crazy without working out. When I'm physically active, my metabolism goes to a level that you just wouldn't even believe, and like it actually gets like I have to eat so often that like I literally get annoyed. And I know this is just the most ridiculous thing to complain about, but like it's really annoying to have to eat a whole bunch of food every 2 hours. And like I'm not even exaggerating that. Like every single 2 hours all day long. How many hours are you awake a day? 24, it's 18 hours a day. So what's that? 9-ish times a day I have to stop what I'm doing and go get food. That shit after a while gets really annoying. Like I literally have days where I'm like, I feel like all I did today was eat. Like I got shit to do, man. Like I got work to do. I need my hands to do that work. And I can't have my hands shoveling food into my mouth. And then like with trying to eat healthy and trying to be green, right? I can't, like, I mean I can, but I try not to just grab like individually wrapped things all day to stuff in my face, right? So now it's like, okay, every 2 hours I gotta go like get a knife out, cut a bunch of shit up, like it just becomes like I just feel like I don't get anything done. But I know that I need to do it because otherwise I'll die and I won't be able to bring you guys more excellent content. So I'm doing it for you guys. I'm doing it for you guys. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be doing it. What do you think about that? Have you ever heard a bigger lie? All right, arms look good. Everything is cranked down. Let's throw some landing foam on here, and we'll do some simming. I can spend some time wrecking my muscle memory, as we've been talking about lately. Okay. Just wiping off any oil from my fingers so that the adhesive will stick that much better. This is Impulse RC's landing foam. I know it sounds crazy, but it is so much better than any other landing feet foam out there. Again, I know that sounds absolutely ridiculous, but it is absolutely true. Steele talked about it in one of his build videos way back when, and for some reason I was like, oh, well, this guy seems to know what he's talking about. Let me order a strip of it. And man, was he right. The adhesive that they use is really strong, and then the however the hell they bond the adhesive to the foam itself is incredibly strong. And that's the main thing. The cheap foam landing feet from Amazon, the adhesive is fine, but it's the bond between the adhesive and the foam itself that fails pretty quickly and pretty easily. And then, yeah, you're left with just the adhesive on the arm and no foam. This shit, I don't know what the hell it is. I think Steele mentions at one point, like, there's some company in Australia that makes just this specific foam. I don't know, man, but it's the real deal. It's the only landing pad foam that I've ever had that actually sticks and survives more than like 2 little landings. With the Amazon foam, I have to electric tape over it. Otherwise, the foam just rips right off. I mean, which is fine. It's fine to do that. But yeah, I recently snagged a bunch of this foam, kind of a quality of life thing. And yeah, it works shockingly well. Talk about the last like 0.01% landing foam, brothers. Get the good stuff next time you're ordering from Australia. There it is! Foxeer Toothless Nano 2 into the third identical glide. Let's weigh all 3 of them. Oh man, this one's got a set. Oh god, I almost threw up. This one's got a session on it. This one's got prop nuts on it. Fuck it. Somebody look up the exact weight of a session for me, and then we'll do the math. Okay. And an extra battery strap too. Yeah, there's like this one has prop nuts on it. This one doesn't. Well, I gotta put the prop nuts back on anyway. So let's we'll just throw those on. What the hell? Prop nut, prop nut, prop nut, prop nut. So I don't. These should be within 10 grams of each other, but yeah, these are pretty much identical. A couple little subtle differences, but which you'll get to see in the weight difference. So we've got the one that we just finished is 347. Yeah, 347. And then I'll take this session out. I don't feel like doing the math. I think it's 80. I think the sessions are 82 grams. Ow, you fucker. I turned it on. No SD card. Okay. So 342. So this is the one with the 20 by 20. So that's the weight difference there. And then this one is 350. Why is this one so heavy? I guess it's not that heavy. It's only 3 grams heavier. Oh, this one has the newer base plate, which is a little bit beefier. So this is the heaviest one. Let me think of how I can bring the weight down a little bit on this. This already has double plastic buckle battery straps. Yeah. Not really an easy way to bring the weight down on this one. But that's okay. I'll bring the weight up on the other two. So this has one metal and one plastic buckle battery strap, so I'm going to put a metal buckle battery strap on this one to bring the weight up a little bit, to just more, make them a little bit more even between each other. So we'll do that. This one also has zip ties holding the arm LEDs down, so we will switch those over to these rubber guys. I think these are a little bit heavier than zip ties. Let's see. 0.5 of a gram for one of those, whereas these little zip ties I think are less than that. Nope, 0.5. So that was a waste cutting that off, but that's okay. Well, screw you. I'm just going to put another one on then. I could have sworn that the rubber wrap strap was a little bit heavier than the plastic zip ties, but that is actually fine. So this rig has the other way to keep these to keep the Amazon cheapo landing feet on, which I'm going to show you in one. Well, I'm showing you right now. It's the zip ties. You can zip tie the landing foam down, and that'll help it stay on. Doesn't work quite as good as the electric tape, but yeah, you can zip tie it down to hold those little guys on there. So let me put the heaviest battery strap that I can find on the middle of this thing, which is going to be a metal buckle. The RDQ ones are, I think, the heaviest. What about this? This is a big, thick, oh yeah, this is a big, thick Pyrodrone one. Let's do this. This is a big, beefy bastard. Cool. Look at this guy. It's that like crazy grippy sort of material. Alright, so this is good. I don't know if this is going to fit through here. It'll definitely fit through there. Alright. And come on, little fella. Get up in there. Yeah. Okay. I knew I held on to these big, thick, heavy battery straps for a reason. I almost threw them away because I was like, man, I'm never going to run a battery strap that's that heavy. That's just silly. But yeah, for testing, to equalize the weight, this is kind of perfect. So this is the one that was 340, I want to say. I can see chat blowing up. Frank says check motor direction. No need. They are the same. They are F40 Pro 2 stators from one to the other. So they will. If I was going from Pro 2 to Pro 4, I would need to. But yeah, Pro 2 to Pro 2, good to go. So this one was 340. I'm actually really interested to know what the weight difference is with this big, thick-ass battery strap. It should be significant. Yeah, 345. 5 extra grams of battery strap. Can you guys fucking believe that? It is really crazy how heavy these big, thick, heavy-duty battery straps are. It's like, I remember the first time I heard Steel talking about running plastic buckle battery straps, I was like, what a fucking lunatic. Like, that's just, I'm not willing to go that nuts. And then I weighed a bunch of them, and I was like, wow, okay. Yeah. And if you run 2 of the plastic buckle ones, like, they're plenty strong. I can't remember the last time I broke one. I got a little bit of a separation in the TPU here, so let me just fix that real quick. All right. And that That is now good to go. Let's just hit it on the side a little bit. Okay, cool. And let me check this side of the TPU. Now we're good to go on this side. All right, so this rig is all set. I'm going to leave the other rig alone because now we're 245, 247, 250. And that's completely acceptable. That is a completely acceptable difference in weight between the three of them. Wow, this motor, on the other hand, is not acceptable. This motor is visibly wobbling. How the hell was this flying? Oh my god, this motor belt is wrecked. Wow, dude, RPM filters, are you shitting me? You were fucking accounting for this? That is crazy. Wow. I've never had a motor bell that I could visibly see wobbling. Like, if I look close enough, I can usually see the gap between the bottom of the bell and the top of the stator ever so slightly changing. But, like, this is... Holy hell, Betaflight. Are you out of your mind? How is the filtering this good? Wow. This is... I mean, this bell is like, wow. Okay. That's crazy. And this was flying fine. Wow. I have not been as impressed by RPM filters as I am right at this very moment. That's absolutely bananas. Another ruined bell into the pile. So let's test the extra. This is like the Ultra Basher rig. So I have a bunch of like not great. That's where I melted the TPU. It's still hot. I have a bunch of bells, Pro 2 bells that are not great, but not bad enough to be like totally retired yet in here. I should probably set them aside. So let me grab those and we will throw each one of them on here, and I will talk you guys through how you can check the health of your motors, because it is one of the most important things to do. It's one of the things that nobody does. And yeah, it's a really big deal, and you should be doing it much more often than you currently are. And it's also very easy to do, and there's no reason not to do it all the time. Not necessarily all the time, but pretty often. Alright, so yeah, there they are. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to pick of these 6 bells, we're going to pick which one is the most balanced. And that'll make an awful lot of sense once we do it. But just give it 1 second here, and you'll understand. You guys get over there. All right, so you're going to plug in. This is really good to do after any hard session, any session where, oh boy, any session where you had a couple good crashes. Yeah, you had a couple good crashes, and maybe the rig is making a noise that it wasn't at the beginning of the day. Maybe it's maybe the motors are starting to get a little bit warmer. Maybe you've just been flying it a bunch, and the motors are starting to get a little bit warmer. This is how you determine if it's time to swap motors. Basically, swap bells, swap stators, stuff like that. Put this titanium hardware back. Okay. Well, here, hold on. Let me flame treat this titanium hardware. Man, I'll give you guys all the good stuff here today. Here's how I make titanium hardware stand out more in my toolkit, and also just generally make it look cooler. You put it into a little pair of tweezers or whatever. You get a little torchy guy, and let me manually focus this stupid ass webcam. And then you just get it really hot. But there's a very specific moment that you need to remove the heat. So I want you to pay attention to the color, and I want you to pay attention to the specific moment that I remove the heat from this, because it's important. If you put a little bit too much heat in, it goes from a really cool purple blue to a really ugly brown or a stupid light blue. So just pay attention to when I remove the heat. That's when you want to remove the heat if you're going to do this. It's basically as soon as it turns blue. As soon as it goes blue, you want to get the heat off of it. Alright, that was it. Tweezers is starting to get hot. Very hard to show you guys what I'm doing and be able to see what the hell I'm doing. So if you wait too long, that's the anti-seize, or not anti-seize, that's the smoking is the Loctite burning off. So yeah, that's about all. These dull titanium ones will barely change color, as you can see, but you can get a little bit of color in them, and now they stand out like a sore thumb in your amongst your other screws, and it doesn't really seem to affect the strength of them at all. So yeah, there you go, and then just be careful because that is absolutely boiling hot. So I'm just going to put that there and put this back on the autofocus. And all right, so let me do something real quick here. I just want to zap these guys down to these arms with one quick piece of hardware. Okay. Just want to do this before I forget, basically. All right, there's one, and here comes another. Come on, get on there. Get on there. There we go. Okay, these are the dead cat arms. These actually live in my flight bag, so that if I'm out and for some reason I need less up tilt, I can pop these off. I have a portable soldering iron, and away we go. So yeah, I put these in my flight bag just like this, so they've got the shorter leads on them, and they're ready to go. But what we're doing here is we're going to assess the health of these motor bells. So again, I have these 6 motor bells that are kind of banged up, but they're not so banged up that they need to be retired yet. And what I do every time that I finally destroy one to the point where it does need to be retired is I go through this. I go through these extras that I have, and I pick the one that's the best. This is important to you guys because you're going to get to hear what the best versus the worst sounds like. And I mean, it's basically just how loud they are. I mean, there's no real super secrets, but I know people like to have things proven to them and shown to them. So that's what we're going to do. So it's this one, and no need to put the motor screw in it. We're going to, from here, we're going to fire up Betaflight, and we're going to the Motors tab. And we're going to click Motors, and then we're going to click I understand the risks. What is this, Motor 3? So it's Motor 3. When we move this up and down, nothing happens right now because there's no bell on it. But all we need to do is drop a bell on it, and then we're just going to listen. And it's also good to put your hand on the quad to feel the vibrations. Most of the vibes happen around between 1300 and 1400 on this little scale. So there's the first one. It doesn't sound all that bad. Pop that off, throw the next one on. Hand on the quad to feel the vibes. Do it again. That one's a little bit worse. It doesn't sound worse, but I can feel that it's worse. So I'm going to put this one aside. Definitely not going to use that one. Here comes the next one. About the same as the first one. I'm going to put it next to the first one. And we'll just wait. This one should be quite a bit worse. This one I think I'm going to retire because there's a physical dent in the bell. Yeah, so this one is definitely the worst. This one's done. There's an actual big dent in the bell of that one. That one's out. Next one. Actually, let me wipe off the top of this bearing. Just like cramming junk into it. Okay. Next one here. Oh, that's the one right there. That one's way better. That's probably going to be the winner. I'm going to keep these, but they are definitely not the winner here today. And then the last one. That one's pretty good. That's the second best there. But this guy is absolutely the cleanest. Unquestionably. And then what I also like to do at this point is a little test of the top bearing. So we're done in Betaflight now. We're just use that motors tab just for the purpose of... You could also technically do that in turtle mode. You could do that exact same thing in turtle mode if you're out in the field. So what I want to test is this top bearing. And the way that I do that is you put the motor bell on just a little bit, and then you keep your fingers here, because what's going to happen is this is going to try to shoot onto there. But you just put it on a little bit, and you just give it a little spin. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it really tries to pull itself. The magnetism is always trying to pull itself in. You want this bearing to spin kind of smooth, and I can already feel that this bearing is not spinning smooth at all. This is a bell that I got it too hot. It was the rig that was stuck in the tree on Christmas, and it got so hot that it demagnetized the magnets in it. So this bell is actually perfect for doing this. And I can hear and feel how bad this top bearing is. This top bearing is brutal right now. Yeah, you don't want to feel like this rumbliness. And I'm feeling a lot of rumbliness on here. So we're going to retire this top bearing real quick because I have a ton of these. And, shit. Sorry, guys, you couldn't see. Well, I was just, I don't know. I kind of talked through it. You know what's up. There's not a great way to remove these bearings. This is kind of a Stone Age way. But on my lap... how can I show you guys this? There you go. So I put it in my lap here, and then I take a great big M2.5 driver, and you just put it in at an angle to catch the inner race of that top bearing, and smack it with a hammer. And you wanna hit it like once on one side, once on the other side. I mean, I'm removing a broken bearing, so it kind of doesn't matter. But a lot of times they'll be really in there, and you gotta kind of just shock one side, then the other side to get it to come out, and there it goes. And now that bearing is out. And now that it's out, you can really test it. This is when you can really feel whether or not it's jacked up. So you're going to take it in your fingers like this. You're going to put a straight bell on it, and you're going to give it a spin. And there should be like a good bearing will be perfectly smooth. A banged up bearing will not. Like, you can feel it in these fingers that it's like, Because what happens is inside the bearing there's a whole bunch of balls. Like imagine the bearing is this big and there's all these balls in there, right? And when you smash that bearing, those balls will drive into the metal. If you just look up what a bearing looks like, look up like a cross section of the bearing, you'll see there's an inner race like this, and there's an outer race like that, and then the balls go in between. So when the inner race gets hit really hard, those balls leave little dents in the races, and then when the balls come around, they notch into each one of those dents, and that's what you feel on a jacked up bearing. So you just trash them; they're just completely worthless. And then it looks like I've got a couple over here that are still probably good. Let's see. Let's give it a spin. Oh yeah, nice and smooth, beautifully smooth. And it'll also spin for longer. It'll literally spin for a longer period of time. But you can really feel it. Like you can really feel it in your left hand when you're holding one of the bearings, whether or not it's mangled or not. Like you'll know. You'll know it's not smooth at all. Some motors you can just push these in. Some motors you need a little bit of a kit to drive them in. I built this little kit by just bringing a motor stator with me to Lowe's. It's just a wing nut, a bunch of washers. You can kind of get it started by just pushing on the damn thing, but it's a little safer to kind of use this from the jump. So I'm gonna take the washers off, and it's best to do this with the motor removed from the arm, but sometimes I can do it while it's still on the arm. Let's give it a shot here. Oh yeah, I got enough space up on top. So you put this screw through, you put a washer on top, and then you take your little wing nut and you just crank it down basically, and it's just gonna pull the motor down nice and even, hopefully. Sometimes they really fight, but let's take a look. Let's give it a shot. And you just want to make sure that the bearing is going in straight. If it starts to get cocked to the side, it's no good. The washer on top is what makes sure that you're driving it in by the outer race. You want to try to not push it in by the inner race. And the other thing that you can do that I actually might do here, because it's starting to go in a little bit sideways, is you can take this screw. This is not the best, but sometimes I have to do this to kind of get it started. You can put this through on the top like this. Ouch. Carbon fiber splinters trying to get me. You can put it like this and just smack it with a hammer to sort of get it started. I only do this when I'm sort of in a rush. I don't love having to do this, but yeah. It allows you to kind of hit it around the outside, which helps when the bearing is not going, when the bearing is trying to cant itself sideways. And then, yeah, so that looks like that's starting to go down in there. Getting them started is always a little bit difficult. Getting the bearing started is the hardest part. Once you get it started, it forces itself to go straight in there, and then it's usually a lot easier. So let's see if we can get it here. And you're not like wailing on it with a hammer. I also hit it with a hammer while it's on my leg, so that like my leg meat kind of takes some of the shock. Oh, you guys can't see. Jesus. Oh my God, that's really fighting me. Let me get a wrench. I think this wrench is the right size for this guy. Get a wrench on here. Yeah, that's the one. I might need to pull this motor off. This is gonna fight me, I think. But let's see. Let's see if this will grab this just enough. Man, it is exceedingly hard to show you guys what I'm doing and just get stuff done at the same time. But I'm in it to win it. We're gonna give it a shot. There we go. There we go. Okay. And see, now it's becoming a lot easier. Now it's, yeah, there we go. It was just initially trying to go in there a little bit sideways, and that's when it was getting a little upset. But once it straightened out, now I can do it with my fingers. Frank says you must not like your Weha drivers. If you have to use one, use the appropriate size Weha nut driver. So I've been doing this for 3 years, Frank, and they're totally fine. I always make sure that I use the big one, and yeah, absolutely fine. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's a situation where the Weha drivers are very, very hard metal, so they can put up with a good amount of abuse. Hardness of metals is a fascinating subject. Let me pull this one. Well, wait, no, I can do it by hand now. So I can grab the bottom nut here. Yeah, I've probably removed 100+ bearings this way with absolutely no problems. Definitely don't do it with a smaller driver, though. Oh my God, no, 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 no. Never, never, never do that with a smaller driver. You're gonna bang it up. No, I need to use this fella. Ooh, I've got titanium hardware in here. Let me swap the titanium hardware out of this rig, because this is the lightweight rig, and that will even further make up a little bit of that weight difference. I'm glad I just noticed that. Awesome. Okay. And yeah, man, Weha drivers are fucking crazy strong. I can't even believe, like, I'm almost trying at this point to so like my M1.5 Weha driver is starting to round out. This is one that I've had for over 20 years, and I use this constantly on airsoft guns. Most of the hardware on airsoft guns was 1.5. So yeah, I would actually love for this full set of drivers to wear out so that I had an excuse to get another one of these. But to buy these individually, they're like $8 or $12, and then the full set is like 20. So I can't justify just buying the individuals. But the goddamn things just won't die. They're just unbelievable. It's so impressive. The MIP drivers are great. The MIP drivers are kind of like next level, but my God, the Weha drivers are, or the Weha drivers rather, are scary strong. It really blows me away. So I'm just getting this, making sure this bearing is absolutely buried in here. You got to make sure it's really seated in there well, and then good to go. I'm surprised you're just saying that now, Frank. I've done, like, I've swapped at least 10 bearings on the stream, and I've always used that same driver. Oh God. So yeah, there we go. Now that bearing is pressed down in there. Come on. Come on. There we go. And we're all set. Look at that. See how it's nice and flush? And you just want to give it another little look and just make sure it's totally flush. This piece of shit Logitech isn't going to focus. But yeah, it's flush. Just take my word for it. Just look at any stator ever, and you'll see the way the bearings need to be flush. I mean, if you want to check it, just look at one of your other stators that you haven't removed a bearing on, check how flush it is, and then make sure that the one that you pressed in is just as flush. I've done this so many times on these motors that I know exactly how far down it needs to go. Plus, when you're cranking that down, it gets to a point where it, you know, you're like, you feel it basically. You feel when the bearing bottoms out. It's really important to have the spacers and to have the washers rather, and to have the right external diameter washers, because basically you want it. Well, now I have to manually focus this to show you guys. So hold on a second. All right. Yeah. So what the washers do is they make sure that you're pushing down on the outer race of the bearing, which is the outside. There's the outer race that runs around the outside. Then there's this really thin little shield here. And then there's the inner race on the inside here. The inner race is what takes all of the shock load from the motor bell, right? The motor bell goes in the center here. The motor shaft goes in the center here. And then when the motor bell takes a hit, it puts all the energy into the inner race. And then that energy goes into the little balls under the shields. And then it leaves a dent in the inner race and the outer race. When you push these damn things in, you don't want to push them in from the inner race, because you will leave dents in the inner and the outer race. You need to push these things in by the outer race, which is why having those little washers being the correct diameter is a big deal. And I just went to Lowe's. And I got all this shit. And just bring a stator with you. Just bring a stator with you to Lowe's, and then just go into the little hardware section. And yeah, you'll find all the stuff you need. Oh God. And you'll be good to go. Yeah, very straightforward, very simple, but super, 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 super important to have it. If you want to swap your bearings out, it's almost easier to just swap the whole stator out, but I'm a cheap ass bastard. So yeah, I like to swap the bearings out so that I have extra stators. Man, this arm end is just vicious here. I'm gonna glomp some super glue on there to kind of round that out a little bit, because I keep getting kind of a little bit stabby with it. Jesus, this motor screw's got a shitload of Loctite on it. I should probably clean this a little bit, but that's okay. That's spinning good. Pull it up and down. Make sure there's no play. Perfect. All right, I gotta put some extra hardware in here real quick, because I removed all those titanium screws. Technically, I can reweigh it if you guys want me to, but I mean, I think it's just going to be like another 3 grams, maybe 2 grams heavier, if that. No big deal. This is now cool. Put these away, and 1. Come on. 2. Oh my God, am I running out of these? No. Better not be. 3. Bullshit. What? No. Come on. Come on. No. Hey, there we go. 4. Oh God, where'd that go? Do I have an extra one of these? Is that really it? Wow, that's frustrating. Are these the right length? Yeah, they are. Probably start running a little bit shorter ones, but screw it. So yeah, we're gonna throw them in the front. Again, just think about where the energy is gonna come from in crashes, and that's how you can figure out where to and not to put your third screw. 2 are always going to go on the outside. And then where you put the other one is sort of usually kind of obvious, but just think about it. Just think about what direction the crash is happening, and then you'll be like, oh, I'm going to put it here. I'm not going to put it over here. Or I am going to put it here and not over there. we go. And last one up in the front. And there we have it. That is... I am curious. I am curious. Oh, fucking focus. Come on, man. God damn it, Logitech. I really wish their camera was better than this. So now we're up to, I'm going to say 147, or 347 rather. Nope, not quite. 346.6, almost. So yeah, we got all three of these rigs damn near perfectly matched in weight. They're only separated by 3 grams, and I'll be damned if I can tell a net 3 gram weight difference. That is just not, I don't think anybody can tell that. Cool! Alright, the Freestyle fleet is back. The camera testing project can commence. But in the meantime, let's do some Velocidroning. Hi! Actually, let me get caught up on the chat first. See what kind of shit you guys are talking. Alright. Scroll up a little bit here. Okay. Okay. Where are we at here? Oh my god, I'm so behind. Oh, okay, okay, good. Here we go. I'm not that far behind. Joey Whitaker says, why not chamfer the hole in the frame a bit? That way it doesn't bind up. I don't remember what we were talking about. If you're still here, Joey, what were you referring to? Why not chamfer the hole in the frame a bit? That way it doesn't bind up. I don't remember anything that was binding up. BeepTube says Ciotti has a hummingbird metabolism. Yeah, exactly. Got that one. Cool Coyote says, it is even worse when there's nothing good to eat and you still look in the pantry every 2 hours just to be disappointed. So true. Scott Gillen says, I use Protein Chicks. It's 1 meal replacement. I had a doctor once tell me that I should start drinking Ensure because my metabolism was so high. Shameless says, forget solder. Let's start the debate on how to pronounce aluminum. I mean, the spelling of it is what I go with, right? A-L-U, alu, M-I-N, min, I-U. Wait, is that the real spelling? Did you put... I didn't think there was the second I. Oh, so that's the issue. I never noticed that. So here's the issue, right? This is the spelling that I know. A-L-U-M-I-N-U-M. But then, what's really funny is, right over here, they spelled it aluminium. So, I don't think I've ever seen it spelled with the second I. But, if you spell it with the second I, that's the European way of pronouncing it. I prefer Jeremy Clarkson's making fun of Americans way of pronouncing it, which is aluminum. In one of the Top Gear episodes, that subject comes up, and he says, and the three of them are arguing and about it, and they're all saying aluminium, and Jeremy says, or you can pronounce it like the Americans and say aluminum. That's how I pronounce it in my head all the time. Riot 9 says session 4 is 73.9 grams. Wow, session 4 is lighter than the session 5. I'll be damned. I didn't realize that. BeepTube says Ciotti doing TPU dabs like pot grinder. BeepTube says, the other night I was trying to find out if thrust bearings would be better for our application since we put an axial load on them in flight. They would probably be worse in side impacts. Yeah, they wouldn't hold up to side impacts, BeepTube. Much like I've wondered about those with skateboard bearings. I never understood why skateboard, although I guess, yeah, skateboard bearings have to deal with the side. Yeah, so we're in a similar situation with skateboard bearings where, like, if you think about it one-dimensionally of just riding straight, you would think like a cylinder-shaped bearing rather than a ball would make sense. But as soon as you turn a skateboard, you put a load on it in this direction. Like normally you're just putting a load in that direction, right? Standing on it. The bearings stand up like this and they roll like that. But then as soon as you go into a corner, you're starting to load it up like this. For us, like the thrust puts that same, our bearings are now tilted to the side, and you would think that it would only really matter for this. But then when we take collisions, or the thrust even is pulling it up, so we have to have the balls in there that can take the force from all different angles. Friendly says, I don't think I've ever seen you swap a bearing. Don Ladd says, hey bro, sorry I'm late, very busy as shit today. It's all good, brother, you can always watch the repeat. YouTube just did the thing. There we go. There's when the focus was all jacked up. Oh, I'm not that far behind. Joe Whitaker says, when you tighten motor screws and the shaft binds, chamfering the frame a bit frees it up. So motor screws don't have anything to do with the frame. So you've got the motor shaft that comes down through the bearings in the stator, and then the motor screw goes up into the motor shaft. So and then the motor screw comes up, and eventually the motor screw can touch the bearing, the bottom bearing, and if the motor screw gets too tight, it can bind the bearings. Basically, the motor screw is interacting with the inner race of the top and the bottom bearings, and what can happen is it can pull the inner race just a little bit, and then that preloads the inner race with the balls and the outer race on those two bearings, and then that won't allow the bearing to spin perfectly free. So the little game, so they've gotten around this now by putting an O-ring up on top, so that when you tighten it a little bit too far, it's okay, it just smushes the O-ring down a little bit. But on these old motors, you have to play this game where you tighten it a little bit too far, and then you back it out so that it's not preloading the inner races, and the bearings can spin totally freely in there. It doesn't touch the frame or have anything to do with the frame, unless you were talking about the screws that go into the bottom of the stator. But I mean, you just crank those as hard as you can, and they're good to go. Scott Gillen with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Scott. Super kind of you. He says, I have T-Motor Velox 2306 2400 V1. They now have the V2, and I can't find the V1. Can I mix them, or do I have to get new motors? And I have 3 V1 spares. Unfortunately, I don't know, Scott. I would ask T-Motor that. I did run a set of the 2306 V1 Veloxes, but that T-Motor sent me, but they haven't sent me any of the V2s, so I can't speak to that, unfortunately. But if you message T-Motor, believe it or not, they will get back to you. So shoot them a message, explain your situation, and they'll usually get back to you like the next day. They'll read your message in the middle of the night, because they're on the other side of the world, and yeah, usually they'll get right back to you. Typically, though, no. Typically, I'm actually pretty sure that you can't, because I'm pretty sure I remember the V1 Velox not having the rubber O-ring, and I'm willing to bet that the V2 Velox does have the O-ring. That's probably one of the big changes that they made between V1 and V2. So yeah, more than likely you're not going to be able to do that. Hit up FPV Exchange. Another reason why FPV Exchange is kind of slick is because if you're looking for old discontinued gear, there's people on there selling their old gear. So hit up FPV Exchange, see if you can find somebody selling V1 Veloxes. After I was done with mine, I did a giveaway with them. So somebody in the chat at some point has a set of the V1s, and I think they were even 2400 kV. So yeah, there's a couple ways for you to hopefully find them. Ramdanko says Americans spell it differently. I had no idea. In true cheeseburger eating self-centered American fashion, I just assumed that the spelling had a single I, and that the Europeans just chose to pronounce it differently. I'm really glad to know that there is two completely different spellings. And yeah, it's funny, Ramdanko says Americans spell it differently. Yeah. I mean, like, when I read that, I'm like, well, no, you guys spell it differently. But no, you guys developed the English language first, and then we threw cheeseburgers and hot dogs at it. So, yeah. Joey Whitaker says, had it happen once, the bearing around the shaft was binding on the edge of the hole in the frame. Oh, and chamfering the hole was the solution. Just sharing. So I had that situation with... there was a very short period of time where they weren't drilling the hole all the way... a couple companies didn't drill the hole all the way through, the center hole all the way through. They just notched it out on the top, and there were a couple motors that had extra long motor shafts that were then touching the carbon. I've never had a situation where this hole was not drilled wide enough, but that's interesting. Yeah, yeah, that'd have to be a hell of a big. I mean, this happens all the time, where there's no standards in place, right? Like every frame company, every motor company is just going to do whatever the hell they want. We need to have like a standard in place. When you drill your motor hole in your fucking arm, it needs to be 3.7 millimeters in diameter. If you go smaller than that, you're going to fuck over the motor manufacturers, because we've told the motor manufacturers that standard, and they're going to make their motors so that their bottom screw is not any bigger than that. Yeah, it's a problem of standardization, unfortunately. But luckily, that would be a pretty obvious issue, because you put the motor on, spin it by hand, and it would go... So yeah, I'm sure that was an easy one to kind of troubleshoot. Bob Noxious says, I have come across that issue myself. Yeah, so there we go. Interesting. I would have thought... Yeah, I've only come across that issue with depth. I've never come across that issue with the width of the motor screw. Very interesting. Velocidrone time. Oh, I didn't restart the computer. Hopefully I did. Is it really 5 o'clock? Oh my god. Fuck it. The name of the stream is Sim Sunday, so I guess I kind of have to. Not working on the Prototype 5 today. That's okay. We're going to do some simming, and then we're going to wrap things up. Shameless says... Aluminum is the American and Canadian spelling. Oh, yeah, we got Canada on our side now. We're good to go. But hey, we love cheeseburgers too. Man, now I want a fucking cheeseburger. Maybe I'll go out to Shake Shack after I'm done. Look at you all dolled up. I have to pee. I'll be back. Slide By says, you need to eat, guys. Slide By, don't tell me how to run my life. When will you guys learn? Come on, God damn it. I just want to go pee, and I need to put something interesting on. There we go. Sunday cloudy. Oh, this ought to be interesting. And Spirit back. All right, time for Velociballs. Let's do some lead follow. Tiago says, your bosses tell you to go eat. We don't want an employee abuse report. We don't have the money to get lawsuits. You guys are only my bosses with FPV subjects. With life subjects, I own you. With life subjects, I have no boss. Multiplayer, and we're gonna take the rooster. Everybody take the rooster. We want to match up our setups as much as possible. So here's the deal. I am green. Name of the room is in the American region, and the name of the room is CiottiFPV. I'm going to host the session. I'm going to be purple. I'm the cameraman. It's important to remember that. You never want to follow purple. Purple is the cameraman. He's going to be going all over the place. If you find yourself in the lead, just be in the lead. Fly as close to the ground as possible. Our target speed is 40 miles an hour. We're going to start off in the city because that's the easiest for us. Actually, we're just going to do city the whole time because I'm going to do like a half an hour of this and I'm going to wrap this up. We've been going for 4 hours already. So city, pylons, good to go. Yeah, so don't follow purple. I'm going to make you guys all separate color. When you find yourself in the lead, just be in the lead. Focus on going dead straight, as stable as possible at exactly 40 miles an hour. Everybody behind you is going to be trying to get nice and close, and I'm going to be filming you. So like when you find yourself in the lead, you're always on camera. And yeah, on the stream, happy, terrific. Everything is great. So let me change colors here. Where the hell's the purple? So there's the purple. I am purple, and I'm gonna manage your guys' colors. I need to plug the goddamn transmitter in. So basically what we're gonna do is just rip up and down this main street. So this main street that we're on, we just go up it, we do a big ass split S at the end, and then we come right back down it in the other way. And then I'm gonna put on some royalty-free music and try to make a goddamn music video out of this. If you haven't seen us do this before, I know it sounds silly, but man, is it fun. And it looks really cool. So let me give the room a second to fill up. Let me get the messaging out of here. So yeah, it's just Main Street. And so you're gonna, this is your start location here. So it's Main Street. We just go down, right down the middle. And then here's the timing. This last crosswalk, full throttle, split S. Try to wait until you cross this crosswalk to go full throttle and do your split S. That way we can kind of all do split S's at the same time and then just drop down nice and low and just nice and stable. The key to group flying is to make tiny little stick movements. Here, let me put on this stick overlay. Look at how small my stick movements are. Crosswalk, full throttle, split S. Doesn't need to be a big split S, just a little one. Splay it out, everybody kind of groups up, and then just tiny little stick movements. Look at the sticks. Tiny little movements. And then in the top right corner is your speed. I'm right on 40 miles an hour. 41, 42, back it off a little bit. Tiny little stick movements. Crosswalk, full throttle, split S. Back the other direction. And now this is the shit I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be trying to film you guys, making it look as cool as I possibly can. And it's your guys' job to just group up. The closer you guys stay together, the cooler it looks. And when you guys start to get really close together, I can get up on top of you and watch you do your split S's and all kinds of other fun stuff. Oh boy, I hit that streetlight hard. Let's do some other setup now. The setup changes will be fine. Everybody can manage the 40 mile an hour thing. All right, we got 2 greens. Let's get somebody off of green and onto yellow, let's say. White, red, cyan, yellow, green. All right, cool. So yeah, you guys just rip up and down. get your... it takes a little bit to kind of get adjusted to this. I'm going to get some music going here. And yeah, the name of the game is just staying as close together as possible. You're going to crash, that's fine. If you find yourself in the lead, don't do a backflip to get out of the lead. Everybody is trying to match you when you're in the lead. And you're going to be on camera when you're in the lead. So be happy that no matter what, you're going to be on the stream. And just stay as steady as possible. 40 miles an hour is the goal. And what am I doing here? I'm going to get some music going for us. Woo! All right, genres. Let's do 2020s pop. That should be interesting. All right. And sort by popular. Let's see what we got here. All right, cool. So I'm going to give you guys full music volume, and I'm just going to start to get into it. And I'll be back when a couple songs end or whatever. Enjoy.
You're the opposite of me, like sun and rain, and drama on the TV. It's full of pain, but we're the good part, the happy ending. Unexpected plot twist, we always save me. We're the good part, we never fake it. Even if it hurts, we always say it. La
All right, let me change the music up a little bit. I want to put a little more, something with a little more stank on it. You guys are doing great. Keep doing it. Somebody, Finn Flies is like constantly leading. Somebody else spend some time leading, if you guys don't mind. Look at the lads coming through. Where the hell is iTunes? iTunes, where are you? Oh, it's alphabetical. Come on, work. There we go. Copyright-free select. Here we go. These will have some more stank on them. Okay. Alright, back into it. Music video style. Wait, let me, there were two people that were the same color. Let's fix that here. Do we have a red? We have a red. We have a yellow. Cyan, we got... There we go. Pink. Oh god, why are there so many greens? Too many greens. Chartreuse. Pink, white. Was there a white? Alright, cool. We're good now. Here we go.
I can see clear through my mind, and the secret is to shut my eyes, and see through my mind. I can see through my feelings now. I can see clear through my mind, and the secret is to shut my eyes, and see through my mind. I stay alive because I feel ready now. I see red, I feel blue, but it's all black and white. It's black and white. And in the night I tend to lose my sight. I fade out within the moving lights. But I got time, that's why I'm breathing now. I can see through my feelings now. I can see clear through my mind, and the secret is to shut my eyes, and see through my mind. I can see through my feelings now. I can see clear through my mind, and the secret is to shut my eyes, and see through my mind, to see through my mind, to see through my mind, see through my mind. In the night, losing my sight.
Little fast, guys. 40 miles an hour when you're leading.
I think you only love me cause I'm poppin'. This a layup, this a rebound, then it's robbing. Tyson with the fade, not the hair, my hands rocking. When I link with ballpoint, you know it's knocking. I'm not the same. Thinking money made me change, nothing else to blame. Bougie stuck up in my way, singing Gucci gang. Gucci gang, think I'm Gucci Mane. I'm just playing in the cut, I got my Vans on. I'm not selfish, I get on to put my mans on. Always greedy since the day I got my first safe. 5'7", but I'm 6'8" when I stand on the money pals. Need a money counter, I broke my thumb from thumbing down. Wifey on my line, she told me to dumb it down. Mama on my line, asking how I'm dumbing now. I think you only love me cause I'm poppin'. This a layup, this a rebound, then it's robbing. Tyson with the fade, not the hair, my hands rocking. When I link with ballpoint, you know it's knocking. Get out my way, I'm so unashamed. Throw it to my veins, like my 2K delete the eyes, delete it. On top, more DN. No rock star with these leather pants, I'm ACDCing. When I die, bet they love me, but hate me when I'm breathing. I think you only love me cause I'm popping. This a layup, this a rebound, it's rubbing. Tyson with the fade, not that hair, my hands rocking. When I link with ballpoint. I think you only love me cause I'm popping. This a layup, this a rebound, then it's driving. Tyson with the fade, not that hair, my hands rocking. When I link with ballpoint, you know it's knocking.
All right, let's cycle people in and out. Anybody who has not been, let's do this. Everybody who has been flying, hop out. That'll allow everybody that's been spectating to hop in, and then when I tell you to, you can hop back in. But I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to fly, and it looks like we're filled up enough where there's a bunch of spectators. So, all right, cool. You guys are leaving. Anybody that was stuck spectating, you should be... All right, awesome. It puts you guys onto flying. So, everybody that just jumped out, you guys can jump back in. Some of you might get to fly. Most of you will be stuck spectating. Let me get some of these colors managed here. We've got green. I'm purple. We got cyan. Flying, spectating, flying. We've got 2 green flying. Let me get the green out of here. We'll go, oh, no, we already got a blue. We'll go yellow. So green flying. I got 2 greens again. Let's go white. Okay. Flying, chartreuse, flying, cyan, green. All right, cool. Target speed is 40 miles an hour. If you're stuck in the lead, just know that you're being filmed on the stream. Why does it keep going back to green? Stop it. Game. And then another green. We'll go to pink. And spectating cyan. Okay, cool. So we should be good to go. Here we go again. We're going to do one more round here, another like few songs, and I'm going to wrap this thing up. We'll do more next Sunday. Watch your speed, guys. You're going like 50 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour. That'll keep us all grouped together. That was super. Oh, this is a sick song though. Hold on. That was really sick at the end there. Well, this is it. Be good, everybody. Alright, that's where we're gonna end it. That was super fun. Oh my god, awesome. Thanks guys, that was a blast. We did it. We did Joshua's time slot, my time slot. We are good to go. That was incredibly fun, as it always is. I hope you guys like watching that, because I certainly like doing it. Why can't I quit out of Velocidrone? There we go. Now I'm out of there. Damn, that's super fun. And it looks like it stopped raining here, so maybe I can go out and fly? It's only 5:30. Maybe I'll go out and fly. DJ CJX says, running as a spectator, and as a spectator, you make an interesting target to chase. That's pretty cool. I wish they would let more streaks in there. It would be really cool if we could get like 20 people up in there, all with colored streaks. That'd be crazy. Ramdonko says, I think there's also a reasonable tale of why the element got renamed properly, but can't quite remember. In speaking about aluminum. Riot9 says, you can turn quad names so we can tell who is who. Yes, I should have had that. Yeah, I had that on. Michael K says, have you flown any levels with the flying planes? I was doing follow freestyle with a few people last week, just cruising behind that plane that goes in an oval. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I can only really run the maps that are super basic, though. That sounds like something that would make my computer catch on fire. And then I think the last comment of the stream was going to be Finn FPV says if you get bored of this... that's right. I totally forgot, Finn. But next Sunday we will jump on your map when I don't fuck around with glides for 3.5 hours. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. My name's Aaron Ciotti. I'm doing this full time. CiottiFPV.com has a million ways that you can support me. Click some buttons down here if you'd like. If not, I'll never know. Affiliate links on CiottiFPV.com. Patreon page. Etsy store with a bunch of really cool stickers and hardware. Teespring store with a bunch of shirts and mugs and sweatshirts. And a bunch of Fiverr gigs. Hire me to help you fly like I was just flying. Build your gear with better parts that are going to last longer. Edit your videos for you. Or help you tune so that your rigs fly like mine. Thanks for hanging out. This has been Sim Sunday. Here's some rando flying to wrap us up here from a very cloudy, ugly day. Let's get some of that music back going here. See you tomorrow. Smart 10 Eastern Time. After Joshua Bardwell.
Take it down in 1, 2, 3. I don't like my boys too sweet. I don't worry about you. I just worry about me. So you better run. You don't know what I do. Take it down in 1, 2, 3. Phone is buzzing up, beep beep. I don't care about you. I just care about me. So you better run. Take your pretty outfit and go. Show yourself right out of my zone. Now before I lose my control.